My name is David Lappin. I will be taking you through the action of this highly anticipated final table. You see there, top of the chip counts, Martin Schneider has been going to work this weekend. He is joined at the top by Yuri Heitke, a man we are just calling Clemo, Brody Engelen, David Taborski, Stefan Druska, Hendrik Bloktik, Lavinius Ballant, and Marvin Warner rounds it out. He is the short stack, just 11 big blinds. We see there Martin Schneider, 88 big blinds, obviously having quite the run of things here. They are playing for €31,000 up top. Every player already guaranteed €3,170 for their week's work. We'll be bringing the action momentarily. "309 players took their seats in this one at Kings in Rozvadov. Plenty of satellite qualifiers in the mix as well. Qualifiers came, of course, from Unibet.com and Unibet.fr, both the .com and the French side of the Unibet site, pumping out satellite packages for this one, $1,500 packages, an average of 5 or 6 packages a week, whether you were on .com or .fr, respectively. If you did win one of those packages, it came with the main event buy-in plus a satellite buy-in buffet all week long, which anybody who's been to Rozvadov knows that's a good deal, and €400 for expenses. So these guys, some of them will have got in that way. All the results at Unibet DSOs, and of course, this one is no exception. Go towards points, towards the leaderboard. Alex Henry of Unibet DSO uses the GPI formula to calculate the point system. The next US TSO is in just a couple of days' time, actually, on the Mediterranean archipelago of Malta.
Yeah? That's crazy. Negen zaten af. You was bigger. sure you would have called it music. Huh?
Yeah. You want to take this?
Hey guys.
It's check. It's 8. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that. Yes, I know.
You lie. So you made my day. Now we can start. Okay, we start.
We finish in 1 hour.
Oh my god.
But it's gotta be possible.
Let's go. I just see white. I see white. Third position. Like 5, 7, 25.
Not mine.
One time.
You go 5-3. 5-3? You kidding me? Good luck. I mean, good feeling.
What's that?
I don't know. I don't know. 5-3. Smaller base.
You're feeling?
Whoa. Kind of good stuff.
Wow. Big hole.
You put it in. Standard button move?
That move, yes.
So you want to win the tournament, yeah? Yeah, if you want to get big.
How you doing, guys? Apologies for the technical difficulties there at the start, a few teething pains. As we jump straight back into the action here on this 10-5 deuce rainbow board. Looks like a battle of the blinds here between Druska and Engelen. Jack brings a little bit of interest for both players here. Druska now with the gutter. Engelen sitting on top pair. Looks like Druska has found one of those cards that allows him to bet again. He's going to fire 175 into a pot of 250. Engelen just can't go anywhere here. Obviously made his hand. And the 10 of clubs on the river. Question now will be, does Druska fancy finding what would be a very difficult to represent bluff at this point? Represent a value hand, of course. He is bluffing. He does just check it down. And Jordy, yeah, just with the 6 kicker, probably feeling like he can't get any value. Maybe some weaker Jack X would, or some stronger Jack X would check that river. Possibly looking to induce from the draws. Makes sense to just check that one back. Picks up a nice little pot. I mentioned there prior to the technical blowout that a lot of these guys have got in here on a satellite. A lot of these guys, as far as the information on their Hendon Mob profiles are concerned, definitely playing for their biggest scores, which is always cool when you see people potentially posting a new personal best. As in the cutoff, we have Warner now. Going to bump things up with King Jack of Hearts. And Big Stack Schneider in the big blind here with a very peelable pocket threes. Always nice to look down at a small pocket pair in the big blind. Try and flop a set nice and cheap. Not on this occasion though. In fact, it's Warner who has flopped very strong with top 2 pair. No reason not to continuation bet on a board such as this. You're probably going to go a very small sizing. Pot is 275k. I like a bet of around 75k, to be honest. I think you want to make life difficult for a wide variety of hands. Obviously, you do have a lot of it with top 2, but it is a somewhat drawy board. We'll see what sizing he chooses. Looks like he's gone a little bit bigger, 130. Something kind of close to half pot. That will almost certainly get the job done. The reason I like the smaller bet there is it does put pressure on exactly the type of holding Schneider has in this case. Also makes life a little bit tricky for hands such as, I don't know, maybe the 9-10 with a diamond. Hands like that maybe feel compelled to call. As we take a quick look there, I did lose connection for the elimination of Lavinius Balind. Apologies for that, guys. He has taken home 3,170 from my records here. It looks like he might have gone out the very first hand. A very short final day for Balius. As we get right back to the action here, Blockdick. Lets the ace-8 go. Gave it some pause. Much more openable ace-deuce of clubs here for Warner. Chooses to let that one go, playing a stack of about 23 bigs. It's pretty okay to open that one up if he wants from the hijack, but you know, ICM considerations afoot here at the final table. Always reasonable to just carve a few hands off the bottom of your range. Maybe a hand such as ace-deuce suited not making the cut. I can get behind both. While it's very important to consider ICM and all its implications on a final table, particularly around 9 left, 8 left as it is now, 7 left, when the ICM is very high. At the same time, you don't want to be completely inactive. You don't want to blind out of a tournament either. Got to keep battling here. So he refused the ace-2 suited. He's now going to let go of the queen-jack off. Opens the door here for Druska, who has 19 big blinds. He's going to open things up in the hijack with the 9-10 suited. I like it. Gets through the big stack, which is always a relief there when you open the lighter portion of your range. Schneider on the button is the man who can put pain on these guys. As Klimo in the big blind contemplates, I assume, either a raise or a call. Both seem viable. Folding seems way too tight. He does go for the ladder. And interestingly, the ace of hearts in Klemo's hand here. Some backdoors working for Druska, but not a huge amount. Probably a wise situation for him to take a stab on a texture such as Queen 7-4. It's best opportunity to take this one down here. He can obviously turn a jack or an 8 for some up and down action. Seems very reasonable to fire here, and I like the sizing too. And again, Klemo in a spot of bother here. He's got backdoors working. He's got the hearts. He's got the 5-6 possibility as well. He's also got ace high, so his equity in a few different places, and we see their maximum exploitation there by Druska, showing the value of firing out a bet such as that one. I think I would have been inclined to possibly raise my ace-8 there with the ace of hearts in my hand, use the double blocker, double backdoor hand, and of course be able to represent on some runouts if the flush was to come. We glance back at the table here. Druska now the short stack, but staying active. Good to see. Nobody very short anymore. 22 big blinds are short stack. A lot of players bunched there in the 35 to 22 region. Some fun facts about the Unibet DSO Tour, if you weren't aware of this tour already. Say about 75% of the events are in France. All sorts of beautiful parts of France. And then sprinkling every year of events such as this one that go farther afield. Rosvedov, they have Malta next week. I believe there are intentions to go to North Africa maybe later this year. There's been events in San Remo. So the DSO, very much an international affair. There's a stop in Mauritius a couple of years ago, as I recall. This is the 105th event for DSO. So a long-standing tour. As we see Yerhaika Go for the 3x open here with his ace-king from under the gun. Interesting to see if the fact that he goes for that big sizing helps him get through the button pocket 7s here. Taborski probably not loving life here with the 7s facing a 3x. Facing him in, he could probably flat navigate some boards. Obviously, hope to do a bit of set mining in the process, but it's a little tricky against the 3x here. I think he can probably let this one go. Our opponent's not going to be opening much worse. Changes the equation considerably here. It does look like he's going for calling chips though, so he's going to try and navigate this one. Heike, remember, is the covering player, so again a reason for Taborski to potentially lay down a couple of his weaker holdings. 7s does feel cuspy, but I think I would have let this one go myself. We'll see how things proceed. Stack to pot ratio just 3. As we see there, the ace-king has mixed on the queen 8-8, but that doesn't mean this hand is over for Jiri Heitke. Taborski does knuckle back here. And board getting a little coordinated for Heitke's liking here. Looks like he is just going to try and get to showdown. Taborski happy to do the same. And he has been counterfeited now. Jiri again, no reason to bet, and Taborski in a spot of bother here where he didn't decide to go for an equity denier on either flop or turn. Decided to go for showdown and has had that cruelly ripped away from him here as the board double pairs on the river. He would have to be pretty much representing a 9 at this point. He knows his opponent has at the very least ace high with the line that he's taken. Just question is, can he tell a convincing story? And he does think better of it in the end, and I do like that decision. I think he was being pot controlled, Jiri. Unless a very large sizing had been opted for there, I don't think going anywhere. Taborski a little unlucky with the run out, but again just sort of illustrates how difficult it is to realise in some of these spots. Even when you do manage to get it to showdown and your opponent doesn't improve, so to speak. You have the pot cruelly ripped away from you there. So understandably we are seeing a quite tippy-tappy affair here. Early stages, final table, possibly some nerves, possibly some ICM awareness, possibly some not wanting to look bad on a feature table too in the minds of these guys. Taborski now with the Queen Jack O in the cutoff. Certainly an openable one. Looks like he's coming in for just over a min raise. And it looks like it'll just get through here. A lot of napkins in the hands of those players behind. Taborski. Never a bad result to just raise and take it there with the Queen Jack O. Well, a much prettier Queen Jack suited here under the gun. Deemed a worthy open here by Druska. I like it. I think you probably want to go all the way down to about Queen 10, Jack 10 here from early position suited. Interesting one here for Taborski. King Queen of Spades facing a 22 big blind opener here from early position. Actually not very clear what to do in this spot. Flatting seems reasonable, but also folding seems okay. Will be dominated sometimes. Not closing the action, so potentially someone squeezes behind. 3-betting a guy with 22 bigs from this seat seems pretty tricky, a little precarious maybe. If you make it, I suppose you can go for a small sizing, maybe 2.5x the open. I really like the fold there. I think that's good awareness from Taborski. Not a clear cut spot there by any means. I think he made the right decision. And very interesting here, Jiri Heitke dropping the hammer from the small blind here against, remember, an under the gun open with the King 7 of diamonds. Ballsy stuff here by the local man. Nothing Druska can do now, saving a bit of face here with this tank. You wouldn't love Ace Jack in this spot suited, to be honest. Queen Jack suited certainly going in the muck here after a moment's contemplation. Heitke, well, that's the first time we've seen somebody really step out here on this final table, and I wonder if he's sort of putting a marker down here. These guys will see the hands on a half-hour delay. That's the first very noteworthy one. A warm welcome to anyone tuning in late, and apologies once again for the initial technical difficulties. I am keeping an eye on the chat now, so if anyone wants to fire out a question there, by all means do so. I will be keeping an eye on that. Eric's in the chat there immediately. I'm afraid my German is not the best, but I believe he is referring to that last hand, which was quite the play. Fry.eo says he doesn't understand. Yeah, certainly that hand getting a bit of notice here as we see the same man now on the button. And look at this, against the chip leader. The only man who can eliminate him from the tournament, and he's coming with this. Three bet to 255k. It's a small 3-bet here with the 10-8 suited. Might bring in Schneider here. These two guys can play a very deep pot. Neither holding premiums. Does Schneider maybe consider turning a hand such as this one into one of his light 4-bets? He could be reasonable. He could make a case for it. In any case, he's just going to make the call this time. We take this one to a flop with 635k in the middle. Good shot for the aggressor Jiri Heitke. Whole lot of nothing for Schneider here. Going to be impossible for him to continue. This C-bet of about 180k, 200k, almost guaranteed to make its way into the middle, and when it does, well, what can you do with ace-9? You got to bin it and then Look at this gear change from Heike. This man now taking his final table by the scruff of the neck, one would think. Quick fold from Schneider as predicted, and yeah, nice little pot there. And a significant gear change by Heike. Taborski, who has been pretty active as well since this final table began. So look down at the rather pretty ace-queen suited here, early position. Favouring once again the min-raise plus. Heidke takes a hand off as the action folds round to Jordi Engelin, who could be tempted by this 5-3 suited. I think it's pretty reasonable to let hands like this go in ICM situations, and he does. Quite like that fold. One would suspect Engelin defends a hand like that without the ICM of this final table. Huge thank you to Kings Rozvadov for hosting this fantastic event. First time the DSO has made its way to the Czech-German border, to the forest, and to this rather magnificent poker room, it must be said. If you are a poker grinder, it's one of the best spots in Europe. Play all day, cash games into the night. Clemo's turn here with the King-Queen offsuit here from early. Oh, it looks like Jordi's going to speculate here with the Ace-5-0. Not a huge fan of this play, I must say. Calling out of the small here with an offsuit raggedy ace. Big stack Schneider might be tempted by suited cards here. Remember, he's the one who can apply the ICM pressure. Part and parcel of calling with a hand such as this is how he can represent different kinds of boards as well. He doesn't necessarily have to get there. Well, not a huge amount of connection there. Jordi has made bottom pair. Schneider's got just a sniff of backdoors here. Nothing you would maybe write home about, but as I mentioned, finding other ways to win is going to be part and parcel of his overall strategy here when he calls with the 8 deuce. Looking at a board like Jack 7-5, thinks it's very unlikely his opponents could have 2 pairs in these situations. He can maybe pressurize them over multiple streets. Interesting now for Jordi. Gets back to him with bottom pair. I think he can toss this one on balance. Doesn't feel good, but I think Calling with the ace-5, always going to be a difficult one to navigate. Oku asking, is this live? It is almost live. We're on a 30-minute delay here from Rosvedov. Yeah, tough spot for Yordi there. Probably helps to emphasize the point I made about calling with a hand such as ace-5. You make a pair, it's often going to be bottom pair. When it's the 5, you make top pair with the ace. You're going to be out-kicked a lot, and it's very hard to win a big pot, and it's easy to lose a big pot. So, yeah, not a huge fan of that, must say. But what I do like is the awareness by our chip leader there to pounce on a board such as that one. He had the back door, so he had some barreling cards on the turn. I think that was going to be his strategy. We see a player sitting out right now. Sitting out at the final table, my goodness. Great structure on these DSOs. For your 550 buy-in, you get a 50k stack and 50-minute levels throughout. I've played a lot of these over the years, I gotta say. I'll be playing the one next week here in Malta, where I'm based, and yeah, it's just a really nice structure for that buy-in. Stays pretty deep all the way through. We see here probably in excess of 30 big blind average at this final table. Alex Henry prides himself on giving his players a good structure. As we see this battle of the blinds potentially get ugly. Taborski can't give up here with the middle pin gutter, backdoor flush draw. Same flush draw, different gutter for Schneider. He's also got overcard. Definitely some interesting turn cards here. Oh, and that's one of them. Schneider straightens up. Taborski 2-pair now, obviously with the spade coming. Perhaps both players feeling a little more cautious. And Taborski happy to knuckle his middle 2-pair on this 4-liner. Schneider very content that he's not up against a flush now, happy to go for some value. I'd like to see a big sizing in this spot. He is going for 3/4 pot here. I don't see any escape hatch for Taborski. I think he's just got too much of this, to be honest. You don't love it, but you could be up against somebody value betting a 7. You could be up against somebody bluffing as well. Very hard to lay this one down for 180k, one feels. Could even be a value bet with a worse 2-pair. 6-3, 6-5. Not loving life here, Taborski. Clearly feels like he's been put in the mincer a bit. Credit to him for taking this long over it. Remember, Schneider did check back the turn. This would be a very above the rim fold if he can find it. You can see he wants to. Credit to him for taking this long. It's also possible Schneider's just made a king on the end. Yeah, you can't blame yourself there, Taborski. Clearly he wanted to find a fold, but I think when you can pick out some value hands that you beat along the way, Really can't let that one go. Just too much of it. As we see the rich get richer. Schneider approaching 5 million now. Truly dominating situation with $15 million in play. A reminder for anyone, it is not too late if you do want to play a Deepstack Open, experience it firsthand. Flights to Malta, I checked them myself just a matter of hours ago. From Ireland, the UK, lots of places in Europe. Malta is one of those budget airline hubs, so there's cheap flights to get here and play a DSO next week. First main event day one is tomorrow. There are main event day ones all week long. Actually, sorry, it's not tomorrow, it's Wednesday. The festival starts tomorrow, but day 1A is Wednesday. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday for the day ones, and then Sunday day 2, Monday final day. Another great structure and probably going to be a very big field in that one. Hop on and join us here in sunny Malta. Even if things don't go well for you on the felt, you'll probably have a very nice holiday. As we see Druska very happy to open things up here. Big blind now 60k. So opening off just a 15 big blind stack with his sort of blockerish king 10 here. Credit to him for staying active here. And he will get the job done here, Clemo. Releases. Heidka going for the larger open here in early position. He's gonna run into it this time. Clemo could just chip this one in, to be honest. I don't hate that option, 25 big blinds. I think it's kind of awkward to do anything else. High ICM situation here. You want to maybe avoid some flips that might call it off. And indeed, Clemo does stick it in. Getting the job done there against the loose open there from Heike, but again, demonstrative of how this man does want to attack. Gotta give him credit for that. Popping over to give the YouTube chat some love now. Guys, if you want to ask any questions in there, by all means do so. Happy to field your questions on YouTube as well. See, we have 141 people in the chat.
But just sometimes.
Action all the way around to Clemo's button here. He's probably going to let this one go. 10-6. Definitely an ugly one. And one assumes Block Dick, considering the value of just shoving this one in here. And well, by not taking that option, he's made life difficult for himself here. Can't call with the ace-5. Certainly could have shoved it. Heike immediately pouncing with an inferior ace there. And as we approach the 1 hour mark here at Kings, just 19 hands played. Fair to say the action is not too rapid, but roughly what you would expect at a final table. Taborski gonna try and steal this one from the hijack, but again he's player opening the ace-8 has run into the ace-king behind. Block Dick, well, he's only got one move here. I can't see it being anything other than all in off this stack. We'll have to see if anyone wakes up behind. We know the ace-8 can't call. And these are sort of the dream situations for you at some level when you're short stack. Block Dick probably second last in chips. You're just hoping to get these reshove situations with fold equity, 16, 17 big blind rejams, into pick up 5 bigs without showdown. Pretty nice result, all things being considered. Obviously with the ace king, you don't hate being called by an inferior ace here, but it's also nice to just pick up the pot as is, move on to the next hand, maybe move up one spot on the leaderboard. Live to fight another day. And speaking of leaderboards, we zoom out here to take a gander at The rather monstrous stack of Martin Schneider, 4.7 million now. The very active Yuri Heitke. Well, we know already this man will be no rollover. 3 million to the good there, 50 big blinds, and he does look like a force to be reckoned with. Looks like a man who has his sights set on certainly a top 3 finish here, if not taking the whole thing down. As we see Yuri Engelen open things up with the pocket 9s here. A little bit of background on Yuri. He came third in the WPT Deepstacks in Amsterdam last year, roughly this time last year, for pretty tidy 13k score. He's also no stranger to kings. Took down the Benelux Classics in May of last year. Small buy-in event, that won 150 quid, but he finished top for an almost 4k payday. Clearly knows his way around the tables here at Rozvadov. Oh, and there's no chance Schneider not going to open up a suited ace here from early. Here he comes. Makes it, looks like 160 to go, perhaps? 120, I apologize. So he's just going to min raise it up. We've seen a few different sizings from Schneider. Schneider has already booked his biggest live result. German player with a modest enough Hendon mob, it must be said, but nothing modest about that stack right now, as he wields the big stack like a man who has a lot more experience than his live resume would suggest. One maybe presumes some online button clicking in his recent past. Looks like a very skilled individual. Well, Druska maybe on the short stack, but he's been fairly active from all seats so far. One wonders now if the Queen 9 qualifies in this man's opening range. No, he does let this one go off 15 bigs. I did wonder, given what we've seen before. That leaves us with the battle of the blinds here. Engelen playing roughly 18 bigs. Looks like he's going to complete, and Schneider, well, we've seen him drop the hammer. Looks like he's just going to take a flop with this suited Jack 4. Does flop best on the Ace Jack 7. Engelen, big miss on this board, but he has the opportunity to stab once, perhaps. Sort of a bet that functions as an equity denier, maybe a single big blind bet. I do prefer the checking option though, and he has gone for it. I think it's a little dicey. You can probably rule out some ace-x in Schneider's range given the check back pre. Looks like he's just going to try and take this queen 8 to showdown. But with another spade on board on the turn here, one wonders if his best chance to take the pot down would have been with a little stab on that flop. Opens the door now for a lot of inferior hands, semi-bluffs to take a stab in Schneider's seat, and he does, but in that case we see he did have the goods there with second pair. A warm welcome to anyone joining us late. We're just over an hour into play now. We lost our first player pretty much the first hand, but it's been cagey enough going since. No big pots. Plenty of raise and take it, plenty of taking it down on the flop type hands. Nothing really developing across the streets. That's not to suggest that we don't have fireworks in store. One suspects we probably do. As we see the ever active Heike working with the 10-6 suited now. And probably getting the job done now. Taborski must release, and Heike, well, if they have anyone on the rail feeding them info, news of Heike's loosey-goosey antics will have made their way into their consciousness. One suspects they may react to his aggression a little differently going forward now that they're familiar with what he's been holding. Battle of the blinds once again. Taborski, 15 bigs. Deciding to just let it go there, and a premonition of sorts. Clemo lurking behind with pocket eights to just give him the show. The bold strategy from our chip leader there, sitting out a hand. Not sure where he went. Possibly just went to his rail and action came a little too quickly. Taborski having judiciously folded the Queen X blind v blind, now gets to look down at two queens. Going to induce here. as well he should, off this stack of 15 bigs. Plenty of hands behind will seize this opportunity. Clemo unlikely to take the bait with the 7-8, nor is Blockdick here with the 5-3 suited. Possibly considers a call in this spot, but again, given the ICM considerations here, it's pretty reasonable to fold these worst suited gappers. He's considering it though. Obviously getting a great price, but stack to pot ratio will be just about 2. Should you make this call? Hard to continue with the baby suited cards. Just not enough implied odds if you do make your hand. Plenty of dangerous situations where when you make a pair you gotta maybe go for it with a check shove, and that's playing with fire as well. He does make the call though, so a potentially interesting pot developing here should Henrik Blockdick make a draw or a pair. This could get interesting, and he has flopped a flush draw. Interesting now whether Taborski decides to continuation bet this spot, and indeed whether Blockdick giving real consideration to a donk lead. Now I much prefer going for the check here as well. Not really your board. Taborski definitely in an either or situation, can check back or can go for very small value, something in the region of 100k. Both seem reasonable. Does go for exactly 100k. It looks like Blockdick going to shove, and it does put Taborski in a gross spot here, up against a villain who probably does this with an 8 as well. He's got to play a guessing game now. Does he have a king? In which case I'm in real trouble. Does he have an 8? In which case I'm in great shape. Or does he have a draw? In which case I'm not much better than flipping. It's definitely the downside of firing that 100k. Doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do. I think it's pretty reasonable, but I also think it might be pretty reasonable to make this call. Remember, just calling 690. You gotta size up your opponent's capabilities here in this spot, one feels. Could he do this with an 8? No obvious straight draws, so it's sort of flush draw is the only draw. Then you have to ask yourself, would he even do it with a king? If he had a hand like King Jack there, King 10, does he just stick it in? Or does he call and hope you bet again? Looks like he is thinking about letting this one go. And he does let it go. Blockdick gets it through. Huge spot there. Certainly the most interesting hand we've seen so far. Henrik Blockdick knew he was going to have decent equity in most worlds there if called. Decided to go for the fold equity. Hope to get it through as a semi-bluff. Got the job done against pocket queens. Wow. And, well, the agony written all over Taborski's face there. He obviously induced the queen's pre. Got the flatter, got the king high board, decided to c-bet it. Could have checked it back. I think it is one of those very close spots where there are positives and negatives of both. Your opponent's tendencies definitely can tip you one way or the other in a mixed situation. Clemo. Don't think he's giving any real consideration to an open here with the 9-4-0. Bloktik will give consideration to the 5-4 diamonds here. Certainly a playable one. Always difficult though with the big stack looming behind. I feel like this is the kind of guy who'll pounce on you a lot. Heike has been unbelievably aggressive so far. Not this time though with the 6-3 of clubs. We're going to see Battle of the Baby suited cards here, and certainly plenty of boards where both players interact possible here as it happens. Jiri Heidke with bottom pair and the backdoor clubs. Heinrich Bloktik wrapped all over the 3-4-5 of diamonds there. He's got the kind of two-way backdoors. Probably a nice candidate for a bet, all things being equal. You got lots of barreling turn cards you want to consider using these types of hands, this category of hands, for a flop bet. Could get the job done immediately. We see now it won't get the job done. Or at least not on this street. It would have to be quite the bold move from Bloktik, going for a no equity bluff across two more streets. I don't think he has it in him. I think Bloktik, very balanced in this spot, understands the kinds of cards he could have fired again on, and definitely understands what ones should be shutdowns. The 8 of clubs obviously gives Heidke club draw to go with. No reason to bet it here. Your hand could be good and you can improve to a flush, which indeed he does. One questions now, does Bloktik consider a bluff ever here? Would be reasonable to play a queen in this manner. You could certainly have a king as well. Hand like king 10, king 9 might play it this way. Hand like queen 10 or queen 9 might play it this way. Remember the 9-10 did come in on the turn. Checking, not a terrible option in that scenario. He could try and target getting a 3 to fold. Maybe even getting a jack to fold for the right size. Decides not to do so. And a wise man in this instance, because Jiri Heidke, well, flop bottom pair, turn the flush draw, drill that flush on the river, gets to show it. Bloktik probably feeling like he played his hand very, very well in the end. A reminder for any latecomers, we are watching right now the Unibet Deepstack Open, a decade-old tour, has been travelling across Europe for a long time now. A lot of stops in France, but plenty of stops elsewhere too. Rosvadov, Malta, Mauritius, maybe Marrakesh on the horizon. They're all springing to mind. San Remo. Also shout out to some of those French venues too. A recent stop in Paris was a huge success. Aix-de-Provence, La Grande Motte. Lots of beautiful destinations. Divan. Alex Henry leaves no stone unturned in the attempt to bring French players to the table. He also leaves no town unvisited. So you see Bloktik potentially going to be in the action again here. 25 bigs, 10-8 of diamonds. Seems like a smart competitor, this Dick. Cursory glance at his stats. Well, I see an Irish flag, which I didn't expect. He was at the Dublin Poker Festival, in fact, in 2020. I was there myself. I was wondering where I recognise this man. He came 8th in the main event, and a few years previous to that, he came 5th in the side event, 2016. Also no stranger to Rosvedov either. Another Irish result there I noticed on his resume. He was at the Unibet sponsored International Poker Open, the IPO, in October 2022. I actually managed to make the final table of the main event in that one myself. He made the final table of the mini main and ended up coming 3rd. So I guess I have someone to root for as an Irishman. Yuri Heidke dropping the hammer here now, it must be said. VPIP through the roof right now, taking absolutely every spot. So we take a little look, remind ourselves of the state of play. We're about midway through the 30-60 big blind level. Taborski bringing up the rear right now after that big Queen's fold, 690k. He's very much in the danger zone now, has to look to make a move soon, just 12 bigs. Schneider with the suited gapper here. Definitely one you could consider opening with that stack. I like it. Looking to open things up, take advantage of the fact that these guys do have quite a bit of ICM pressure on them. Well, it's not going to work this time. Taborski, fortunately for him, I mentioned he was in the danger zone. 11.5 big blinds, ace king. Well, you take that any day of the week. He knows he doesn't have a lot of fold equity, but he does have a premium hand. Got to go with it here. Can get called by inferior aces, inferior kings even. The occasional flip. Sure, I'd win those two. So we see the 8-6 of Schneider. Maybe by virtue of being one of the few hands that he sort of adds into his range in early position, because he's trying to lean on these guys. He's actually found a foldable one. Quick fold indeed. Nice that Schneider wastes no time there. Flash of the big slick from Taborski. Wants to maintain that image because there's probably another shove or reshove coming fairly soon. Taborski, maybe our winningest player at the final table. He's got 722k in live winnings, according to Hendon Mob. 21st on the all-time check money list. And, well, coming off the back of quite the purple patch, it must be said, this time last year. He finished first in the Swiss Poker Open here in Rosvedov. It was also a 500 plus 50 event. Took home 92k for his troubles that weekend. Incredible effort. His other win coming in a WSOP Circuit ring event. Another 550 here in Rosvedov. That was back in 2018 when he took 72k for first. So no stranger to the winner's enclosure here at Kings. David Taborski looking to make it a hat-trick of victories in 550 events in this poker room. Oh, and a nice neat little graphic there for any online poker players. You gotta love that one. Got the over-the-top table view, all the stacks, all the big blinds in place. We're seeing the V-pips there. Schneider and Heike unsurprisingly leading the charge. Oh, sorry, they weren't the V-pips actually. They were the percentage of chips in play. But I think if you they might actually be the V-pips as well. Those stats probably sound about right. Druska with the eminently shovable ace-10 here off just 12 bigs. And indeed he does. Action will flow round to the blinds now. Big stack out of the way. Taborski out of the way as well. Job done for Druska. Stefan Alexandru Druska of Romania. 270k in live earnings. He had a very big win here in Rozvadov just literally a couple of weeks ago in the 490 euro EPM, that's the Euro Poker Million main event. He won the entire thing for 141k. That's 141,000 for a less than $500 buy-in. My God, what an incredible result for Druska. Lots of other results on Druska's resume, but that clearly the big one. Has he just taken up residence in Rozvadov One Wonder since then? May well have done. So you see Jordi Engelen on the cut-off here with pocket sixes. Schneider might drop the hammer here. King, Queen. Can certainly go both ways here. Raising is good. Calling is fine as well. Can use the power position when you flat. You remove that from the equation when you raise here. Downside is it could bring in a pesky big blind, although we see, and he is dominating Clemo in the big, who lets it go in any case. I like that fold from the King 8. And Engelen, not loving life right now, cut off, open. Playing a pot now with a stack to pot ratio of just over 3 against the chip leader in position who can eliminate him from the tournament with the small pocket pair. It's not an easy spot to navigate. Interesting to see if Schneider was to continue on a board such as this one. I think he should. Engelen, he's only looking at 1 overcard to a 6, is a pretty good result overall. And I would not be surprised to see him fire a continuation bet of around about a third. That's exactly what we see, and Schneider is going to float. Love this float. He's got backdoor, flush and straight cards. He's also got 2 overs to the board. Seems like a perfect candidate. Jordi Engelen is not going to love that ace. He'd be wondering now if his opponent could have a hand like 7s or 8s which he can get to fold. That would be a great result representing the ace. But he's also worried that Schneider might have flatted some ace-x on the button. Jordi, if he does have ace-x himself, might well check this if he has a hand like ace-jack. So it is possible that he is legitimately protected when he takes this checking line. Problem in this instance is it does open the door for Schneider to execute on his float and then barrel. when he doesn't get there, and indeed just a gutter. Looks like England is going to at least get sticky for one street, or is he? Maybe not. Maybe just doing a little bit of accounting. It's very hard now. Tough to know what you're ahead of. Schneider's bet is really nice. It's kind of mergy. It's not a big bet. It's like a third. Could definitely be doing this with a lot of ace-x to try and get the showdown cheaply. Could be doing this with some tens. Maybe a king 10, a queen 10 might fire this little advanced blocker as well. Already England perhaps thinking about turning his hand into a bluff as well. Of course, he has the range advantage on a board such as this one, but does decide to let it go. And a very well executed float and barrel by Martin Schneider. Again, just don't quite understand, looking at this man's Hendon mob, how it could be so undecorated. I don't know, maybe, just maybe, sometimes with the German players, you see them erase previous results, for obvious reasons, from their Hendon mobs. I find it hard to believe this man isn't experienced the way he's been playing, putting on a big stack masterclass right now. He has exactly 1/3 of the chips in play now. And he is the man to beat. Next out we'll get 3,850. Quick folds, action background to Schneider, who may be considering getting frisky with this suited jack. Indeed he is. Well, note the gear change here from Schneider. Any unopened pots getting to him, he's pretty much in there now. Spotting that a lot of these players bunched around the 20 big blind mark, really wanting to outlast one another. Recognizing that the ICM is perilous for them. Recognizing that this is the moment to get a bit loosey-goosey, and it's going to work once again. Martin Schneider. Excellent bit of chipping up here. And after a bish bash bosh opening to this Unibet DSO final table, it's been a much cagier affair for the last hour and a half. All of these players sort of concertinaed. Smushed into that 20 big blind zone, while a couple of big stacks inflict the death of 1,000 cuts on them. Druska, well, he's got the premium hand, he's got the ace queen, he's going to go with it from early position. Prediction from the chat that Klimo wins it all. Yuri Heidka. There's aggressive and there's reckless. He's getting a count here. But this is just too many chips. If he was maybe facing an 8 or 9 big blind shove, this might be a real consideration. You can't be ahead of anything. And he does make a good fold. No, he doesn't. Our graphics were momentarily wrong. Maybe predicting the future a little bit. He does make the call, my goodness, okay. Well, do not try this at home, ladies and gents. This is a sort of call and hope you're flipping and then hope you win the flip type situation. Generally, the types of spots you try to avoid in tournament poker. He does execute the first part of that. He is flipping. Will he win the flip, Jiri Heitke? Well, a gross one for Druska will feel properly bad beated if he wasn't to get there now, and he would feel even worse if he was to get there after that flop. Misstep, it must be said, by Heitke, who really just didn't need to take this spot. As Druska boats up here on the river, rushing to his rail for some high fives. And Jiri Heitke, well, he's just sort of self-inflicted a body blow on himself there. There's no need for that. Sure, if he wins, he gets up to 4.5 million, but what's the difference really between having 3.3 and 4 million, whereas losing that pot has pushed him right back into the pack? Let's take an exact count there. Okay, so Heitke back to 2.4 million. Okay, he is still ahead of Druska, the man he just doubled up, but I don't know, no need for it really for me. I appreciate that winning or losing that pot, he would have stayed in second place, but I don't think you want to take a spot like that. It's a bit optimistic. And against the range, it's just not going to be good often enough. Your opponent is not going to show up with worse. You could often show up with hands that absolutely crush your pocket threes too. More well wishes for Clemo. Lisa Bam. Do we have anyone railing anybody else at this final table? If we do, let us know. I'm on the Hendrik Bloktik rail right now, as he contemplates the value of playing this Jack 10 suited in a rather awkward spot here on the button with position, but against the big stack of Schneider. And a 2.5x open to boot. I think you got to let this one go. Pretty as 10 Jack suited is, just not the situation for it. And I think he will get to that decision as well. Just giving it some thought. Well, making a liar out of me here is Hendrik. Does make the call on the button. He is one of those players bunched all in a row, middle of the pack. Personally, I'd have looked to avoid a situation like this going up against the chip leader, but into the breach he goes. And will that bring in Warner with the Kojak for all of it? Wow, well, it's only an 11 big blind shove, so there shouldn't be much fold equity. But in fact, he has the best hand. He's dominating both players. It's an amazing spot that I think will get through Schneider and then lay Hendrik Bloktik a horribly compelling price. Gonna have to call 540 to win a pot of 1600. It's only gonna need like 30%. Hands like Jack 10 suited sort of always have something in that region against the range, even in a bad scenario. This is pretty gross one now for Bloktik. Those chips are valuable. Doesn't want to lose this 535k badly, but what a great price. He's made an awkward bet for himself, has Luktik. Warner, somewhat fortuitous to swoop on a spot like that, where he had fold equity, 11 big blinds. Amazing result, great pickup. 340k without showdown when you're sitting there with just 690. Absolutely great result. The party king going in the right direction right now. As we play the final couple of hands of this level. Probably get another 3 hands in at 30-60, and then it will be 40-80, which will really put some pressure on the shorter stacks. I mentioned how these tournaments do offer a great structure and keep the play nice and deep, but I tell you one thing, if nobody gets eliminated for the best part of 2 levels, that is going to change things with regard to the average stack. It's going to get shallow and uncomfortably so. Quick call here from Heike. The king 3 of spades on the button. We're playing some street poker now. Clemo open things up with the ace 9 of hearts. These guys will go to a flop. Well, Heike flops best. Top pair, bad kicker, but he's got the flush draw working for him as well, backdoor style. Absolutely nothing there for Clemo. Hard to even fire a bet on this one. He's going to take a stab, feeling like the king X is more his board. He might get the pocket 6s to fold, perhaps. Hands of that nature. I can't be loving life either. Basically has a bluff catcher now the whole way through. Going to fire out a little advanced blocker here on the turn. Set his own price here, going to the river. Clemo has absolutely nothing he can do here. This board is an absolute disaster for the ace 9 of hearts. A little confused by the amount of decision time here. Clemo just has absolutely nothing. Maybe feels like he could represent. He has kings, jacks, 10s. He also has ace, queen in his range. Maybe he feels like his opponent does not. But his opponent certainly has king, jack, king, 10, 10, jack in his range. Queen, jack, hands like that will not go away. And well, he gets to the right decision in the end. Was a curious amount of time spent mulling that spot. And Heike, well, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. With the pocket 3s there, I feel like we saw him die by the sword. But by staying so active and getting in the mix and pouncing on weakness in the way that we've seen him do, he is managing to pick up a lot of chips uncontested, or only minorly contested. And once again, Heike with the hammer drop. This time raising into just shorter stacks behind. He's just going to drop the hammer, stick it in, put them all to the test. And no, all players playing sub 20 with nothing that can call. Jiri Heitke, well, undeterred by that misstep with threes, he's bludgeoning his way through this field of shorter to middle stacks who are all feeling the pressure right now, must be said. The Deepstack Open, brought to you by Unibet Poker and unibetpoker.fr. If you want to play on Unibet, you can play from the .com regions in Europe, but you can also play on the .fr client if you are in France. France very much the home of the DSO, but it is an international affair. Alex Henry taking his tour all across the continent and sometimes beyond. A lot of satellite qualifiers for this event. The .fr Sunday package qualifiers average 6 packages in the qualifying period, pumping them out, only slightly outdoing .com, which actually pumped out 5 every Sunday. Incredible uptake from the Unibet faithful who all wanted to travel here to Czech Republic, battle it out. Did we just see queens folded? No, we just saw queen. There it is. Sorry, apologies, our graphics getting a little jumbled there. I definitely saw those queens in the mix. So coming over the top of a Jiri Heitke Open, Jordi Engelen delighted to see the ladies, and they're laying a well, it looks like a somewhat tempting price to Jiri Heitke, who we know likes a gamble, likes a spin. It would be another spot that I would be forced to stamp on the label. Do not try this at home. Do not try this at home. Jiri Heitke, well, a commentator's dream. He's trying to end this one early. He's trying to ruffle stomp his way through the field. He's run into it this time. He hasn't called for a flip to get the flip. He's called with the King Jack O to look at the pocket queens of Jordi Engelen, who's on his feet, perhaps sensing that in 28% of worlds he's going to be hitting the felt. Ace on board, but no help yet for the King Jack. And a king only. 6% for Jiri Heitke, who's now standing up himself, trying to maybe counter the standing up equity of Jordi Engelen. It's not going to work though. Rightfully so. Engelen and his queens do the double up. 2.3 million now. Heitke, another self-inflicted blow, it must be said, down to 1.8 million. He's obviously got a gambly style, Heitke. Take a look at the leaderboard there. Chip counts telling the story of Martin Schneider, who's added to his wealth so far on this final table. He started with 4.4 million. He's been hovering around the 5 million for quite a while. And now Jordi Engelen, after the Queen's double up there, overtaking Jiri Heitke, who gave a bit of a courtesy double up to both Druska and Engelen, the two players he is sandwiched between now. Both unnecessary spots, it must be said. Gambly spots. The other end of the leaderboard, Taborski. 13 big blinds now. Blinds about to go up to 40k, 80k. They are still 30-60, but that might just be for like a matter of one or two more hands. A little bit of good news for you guys listening. My name is David Lapp and I am a Unibet Poker Ambassador, and I am in the commentary booth right now solo. But I'm very delighted to be informing you all that after the next break, my fellow Unibet Ambassador, my fellow Chip Race Podcast co-host, and my fellow poker grinder, Dara O'Carney, will be joining the fray. He will be offering analysis on this late stages of this tournament. Of course, the author of Endgame Poker Strategy. Well, we are very much in the endgame of this particular poker tournament. So a great man to explain ICM considerations these guys will be under, explain short stack strategies we get down to shorter handed play, and just an all-round great analyst of poker, obviously author of 4 books, soon to be 5 and 6. In fact, he's got 2 in the works right now. An excellent coach as well, Dara O'Carney. He will be joining me for the next session, so a little something to look forward to there. Like myself, Dara grinding away. Our Sunday grinds last night. His finished a lot later than mine, though, I can tell you. When I woke up this morning at 9 AM, I spotted that he was still up and playing. So Dara more nocturnal these days than I. As we see the Django's, the Pocket Kings get the job done for Martin Schneider, who 3-bets to 450k over the open of Clemo, who open folded the Ace-Jack-O, as he should. I'm sure it'll be in their minds, is the big stack just taking advantage here? And yes, he might be sometimes. But on that occasion, he did have the Pocket Kings. He had the goods. Schneider, well, we know he's going to open this one. He hasn't seen a suited hand he didn't like for quite some time. Druska We remember not too long ago had the ace queen get there versus the threes of Heike. He's in the ascendancy now. He's opening up the ace jack here from mid position. And another ace jack in the hand of Taborski, who is one of our short stacks. In fact, he might be the shortest stack. One assumes he's going to go with this. And one assumes he's going to get called. So unless there's a hand lurking in the blinds, we might have a showdown with the two players holding the same thing. Tricky one for Taborski in a way. He would love to have some fold equity on his shoves. On his reshoves, he knows he probably doesn't have too much. This feels borderline to him, perhaps. And it is borderline. And he is going to let it go. Wow. Must say, I did expect it to just about qualify, but wow. Maybe he sensed something. Because lurking, as I mentioned, potentially in the blinds, we see Klimo, who is our rails favourite right now. And he's woken up with the ladies. He's asking himself the question, can I do anything other than shove? The answer is no. Looks too suspicious to find a 3-bet size here. That's not a shove, so I think you just stick it in. Hope that your opponent has enough of it to call. In it goes, and yeah, Drusko won't love this spot. 14 big blinds roughly. 13 and a half bigs. I think you can let this one go. I think you gotta let this one go. Different story against the 8 big blinds, 8.5 big blinds of Taborski against the 13.5 big blinds of Klimo. I don't think the ace jack qualifies, to be honest. It's borderline. Ace queen certainly does. Ace queen, you would be in there. Ace 10, you'd be mucking quickly. Ace jack is the difficult one, is the cuspy one. Counting his own stack here to see what the damage would be. What would he be left with should things go awry? The answer is only about 600k. Enough for a spin, but he might fancy, as a extra consideration in this spot, maintaining his current stack, which is 20 big blinds. You can see there, it is the tricky one. One final consideration is your opponent. How likely is Klimo to be on the lighter side here? I think when you have a knife edge, wafer thin, exactly the hand that you're not sure what to do with type situation as this is, you can often let a population tendency, or in this case a specific read to an opponent, make the decision for you. I think you're still going to come down on the side of fold just about. Ace jack suited, be a little better. Still feel like that might be a fold. He's conscious of the fact that he's taking a little bit of time over this one. Table don't seem to mind, letting him take as long as he needs. It's clearly genuine. And he just threw a hand up in appeal there, saying, look, I will come to a decision. Give me just a minute. He does let it go. I like that fold, I gotta say. Not being results oriented, obviously, versus the queens, it looks like a great fold, but I think on balance anyway, just too difficult to spot. I think you want to keep your stack at 20 bigs. Sure, it's below average, but actually if you take out the biggest stack, it's probably not far off the average of the rest. Let's take a look and see exactly how that stat is borne out. Indeed it is. Bang on the average of the rest. Druska maintaining his stack position there. He stays in 4th place. Klimo, having taken down that one, does climb to 5th place. Just a couple of big blinds behind Druska now. And we still see Taborski with the short stack. Druska back on the horse with the same hand under the gun 1 now. And again, he's run into it. Jordi Engelen right behind him with the ace-king. Engelen in an interesting spot now. He's got himself up to 2nd place in chips. Covers everyone but our chip leader right now. Heike looming behind. Always a dangerous person. He's got all the field behind. He's probably just got to raise and commit against Druska's stack here with the ace-king. I don't think there's room to do anything funkier. Indeed he does. Action around to Klimo, who hasn't made his decisions too quickly. Has made that one quick enough with 3s facing a lot of action. Lets it go. Quick folds from the blinds too. So we're back on Druska, who's probably feeling a little bit peeved by the back-to-back ace-jacks here. Kind of hands that would have likened to see a flop with. Would have had reasonable expectation to take it down pre with, but both times he's actually run into it genuinely. And I think once again has to probably find a fold. The interesting factor with this one is Engelen has laid him a very good price here with the 2.5x. He's got to call 240 into, well, 260 into a 1 million pot, so 27% is needed. Obviously, almost all the time, ace-jack will have around that kind of equity. Caveat to that being, it's harder to realise out of position, and he does let it go. A good fold again. Well played by Druska. It can be a little bit annoying when you've had to raise fold a couple of spots there. 4 big blinds in the wind, but doing the right thing there, opening a hand he should open and then bailing on it versus further aggression. England now with the pocket 7s, straight back on the horse. And probably job done here. Warner, who is getting a little tempted by the Jack 4 suited, unlikely to call, I think, versus an early position open here. Warner, remember, got the very short stack shoved through a few moments ago with the King Jack in a spot that it's fair to say you wouldn't have expected to get it through too often. That's given him a stack of 900k, but of course the blinds went up since, so he is still back down to 12 bigs. He is looking for situations in the blinds where he can call and go with equity, but I think you want to do that more against a late position opener. I think against an early position opener, you're just in too bad a shape, really. Although, what I've advocated for and what these guys have done are not always the same thing. And indeed, he is going to make the call here with the Jack 4 of clubs. So a very shallow stack to pot ratio here of less than 2. Jordy England. Well, it's going in, guys. No doubt about it. England's pocket sevens, middle set on a board where he's unlikely to slow play it because it is somewhat draw heavy, and of course Marvin Warner hoping to get the check shove in on a board such as this one with a club draw, some backdoor potential as well, overcard. I cannot imagine a world where this one doesn't go bet, shove, call. Jordy England going for a very small sizing here. Less than a quarter pot with a set. Obviously he has a set, but it's a little funky on a board that's as wet as this one. Could have gone a little bigger. He'll feel much better about it now. But one wonders if that has allowed Marvin Warner an escape hatch. No reason for Jordy to slow down. I think you want to go with another small sizing here. Now you do have an absolute lock in the hand and your opponent's shown some interest. You want to... Oh, interesting. He's going to set the trap here. And wow, well, it's going to work beautifully. An absolutely beautifully set trap as played. I felt like, well, you have a virtual lock in the hand. What you want to do is charge your opponent who's drawing another little amount that they won't be able to fold for. Marvin Warner checks it over. Wow. Really interesting line here from Warner. And one wonders then if England doesn't go for it all here, if he just bets something like 300k, 400k, does Warner just call? Probably. Probably doesn't raise for the last 320. Astonished that there aren't more chips in the middle. That doesn't mean that we can't still get them all in. He does go for all of it here, and well, Warner, what can he do? He has to call. Yeah. And he gets the bad news. It didn't go in at the time of the hand that I thought it might, but it did get in by the river, and Jordy England deciding that rather than making that smaller turn bet, setting up a 75% river shove, he would instead check back, go for maximum suspicion, and then overbet shove river, hoping to get some calls, also letting some draws, inferior draws get there. It's exactly what happened. And we have lost a player. There he is, the party king. Well, 3,800 euros is enough for a modest party. England going for the hat-trick here with the ace-10 of spades. He has run into it this time though. Taborski, the short stack, ships it in here for what, about 8 big blinds. I don't think England can fold for this price once it gets back to him now. Just far too good a price. Needs 33%. He's going to have that with a suited ace almost all the time. He's getting the count here, Jordy. He's owning from under the gun, so he might be thinking to himself, well, I am pretty low down on my range, but the flip side of that is the incredibly compelling price and the fact that his opponent could show him pocket eights, pocket sevens. When you're getting the right price against all but pocket aces, you've probably got to go with it. Especially when you have an ace in your hand. Can he spike a 10? Oh, Dealer's going to give us a sweat there. I think we saw a spade. It was like maybe a 9 of spades was shown there. Just waiting for the cameras to take their position. We see it now. There it is, the 9 of spades. King in behind it. So some backdoor potential for England here, 7%. A lot of turn cards will kill it. That's one of them. Ship that pot over to short stack. Taborski, who to be fair has cautiously picked his spots with this short stack, and the complexion of things can change very, very quickly in these spots. It's a very shallow game if you're not one of the two big stacks right now. And the difference between 7th and 3rd, money-wise, is considerable. Chips-wise is not huge. And if you do get 2 double ups from last place right now, you're basically in 2nd or 3rd. Down to 7 here in the Unibet Deepstack Open in Rosvedov. These players battling away here for 3 days in King's Casino. Plenty of side event action as well. The main event has boiled down to this final table, and now these 7 players. Yuri Heitke was flying high not long ago. He drags in a pot there, possibly going to get his engine started again. Certainly the wild card, the unknown quantity, the aggressive player in amongst these players. Every entertaining final table needs an action player. Well, we've got one in the form of Yuri Heitke, who, can I point out, is about to go to work with the 6th deuce of hearts here in the cutoff. Undeterred from how his aggressive style has led him through some unfortunate places, it must be said, at this final table. He's going to continue perhaps the only way he knows, and that's to ruffle stomp his way through the field, picking up dead money wherever it lies, occasionally running into it. Well, look at this. Overnight chip leader Martin Schneider up to 5.2 million. Heitke was in 2nd. He's now back in maybe 4th or 5th place. Schneider's going to defend here, probably aware of just how wide Heitke liable to go. And wow, would you believe it? Heitke makes 2 pair, but Schneider does have the 10 on the 10-10-6 2 spades board. My goodness, Heitke's got to go for some value / equity denial here. Indeed he does, and the question is, does Schneider raise it up? Looks like he's not going to set the trap just yet. Just makes the call. Well, spades looming in the mind of Yuri Heitke that Schneider might be about to. Wow. Wow, this is a car crash run out. Yuri Heitke now thinking to himself, his opponent either has a flush draw, which is dead, a 6, which is chopping, ace high, which might get sticky one more street. He might also be worried a little bit about maybe pocket sevens, pocket eights. Gonna bet himself. Schneider with quads here. I'm wondering, does he even need to spring his own trap? He probably thinks, well, his opponent is very capable, probably more than anyone else at the table, of bluffing. So maybe I can just call once more, check again. If he has a big pair, he'll do the betting for me. I look like I have a 6 right now. But he also might blast off with any 2 cards. Schneider just makes the call. One assumes he's going to knuckle it over. Let his opponent go for the triple. Yuri should stick the brakes on now. There's absolutely no way you can pursue value anymore. A good check back from Yuri Heitke. Did understand that it was the time to hit those brakes. Leaving Schneider to wonder against the specific hand Heitke had. Should I have raised my trips on the flop? Should I have bet my quads on the turn? Sometimes it makes sense. So we take a look there. Lavinus Ballant, well, he was exited stage right by Henrik Bluktik right away. You'd hardly caught your breath. In fact, I'd barely got my tech working in time. Marvin Warner eliminated by Jordy England there just a few moments ago. Everyone left guaranteed 5,250. They're all playing for 31k up top. Blinds are now 40, 80k and will be for another 20 minutes or so. At which time we will take a short break, 15-20 minute break. And after that, the big news. Darragh O'Carney is in the his A. World famous, best-selling author, player, coach, former staker, maybe current staker. Who knows? Darragh will be back in the mix here, giving us his top drawer analysis. Don't have to listen to my guff anymore. I'll just tee him up for all the analysis. Schneider now up to 6 million. Remember, one man will finish this tournament with about 15 million, just north of 15 million. Schneider approaching 40% of the chips in play. My goodness. What a dream spot with 7 left to just pressurize these guys. Druska, who has opened here in the cutoff off a stack of just 15 bigs with the King Jack O, probably has to fire a C-bet here on the 7-4 deuce, but can't be loving life. No, he's not. He's gonna check it. Oh, it's so hard to proceed in these spots. You got a player who's capable of floating you. You got a player who's capable of making life very difficult. And he is going to bet his gutter here for 105k. I don't think Druska can fold with the Jack of Diamonds in his hand for this price. It's just about 17-18% pot. Got to call once here. Try and spike that diamond. Maybe hit a king or a jack. Maybe, just maybe, your opponent gives up and you get to check it down. You're good sometimes against the 8-9 or the Jack-9 as we see here. 5-6. The 8-6. The one diamond hand that's worse than you. Schneider has checked. He's waving the white flag here, and Druska probably wondering if he has to bet to win this. Does he need to turn his hand into a bluff here? Does he need to get a 7 or a 10 to fold? Well, little did he know he actually had the best hand. But he was bluffing. Credit to Druska there, recognising that there were a decent clump of hands he needed to get to fold, and that ace was certainly a card he could represent the best. Luktik with the ace-9 under the gun. Yeah, and that's a good fold there by Luktik. It's so squeaky bum time for these guys with the short stacks, all trying to outlast one another. Not easy now as we approach 50 hands of this final table. The lack of bust outs, the fact that there are still 7 players left, has really created a situation where these guys are all trying to outlast one another. Schneider going to bump things up here with the queen 3, or the king 3 I should say, of clubs. Just taking a gander at the YouTube chat. Shout out to George Devine in the chat. Huge thank you to George as well, who supported very much the Unibet chip race series last week, played all the online tournaments with us. So we see Jiri Heitke. Well, would you believe what a interesting final table he's had so far. Came in at second place, and now with 7 left, he's shoving the Queen Jack under the gun. Clemo giving real consideration to the pocket sixes. Can't really call with a hand like that, even against someone like Jiri. So keen to get back those lost chips. Jiri sticking with the aggressive approach here. Shout out to Vautour, I see there in the chat as well. And Aidan Quinlan. When and where is the Unibet Open final, David? Well, the Unibet Open hasn't been announced yet for this year. I do know the venue that is being most strongly considered, but I would lose my job if I said it out loud. What can I say though? What little tidbit can I give you? I can probably say that we are going to be in Europe. We are probably going to be having it in late November, early December, in a city that is very apt for winter. A lovely spot. Again, this is assuming that the contracts all get signed and it gets, you know, firmed up. But if it does, it's a great spot. One of the great cities in Europe. A great winter city too. As we see a battle of the blinds here, Henry Bluckdick. Well, it's a tough situation now. He's got just 13 bigs, blind v blind, and he does have a king in his hand. He has the big stack behind him. He might just let this one go. He does. Sorry, it's not the big stack behind him. Sorry, formerly a big stack. It's actually Jiri Heitke, who he probably doesn't trust to fold enough And actually, that's one of the interesting situations where Heike will get back some equity that he loses by being hyper aggressive. There will be spots where players won't really trust that he would fold the quote unquote correct range and actually set fire to some of their equity while willingly set firing to his own. And yeah, that's a situation where a player who has that reputation will get chips back. That king four probably should have gone all in blind v blind in that spot, but in that instance he actually managed to get a walk with the queen six behind. Jordi England, well, he's had a good final table so far. 2.8 million now, opens things up with the ace queen, and it's very tippy tappy right now. A lot of 15 big blind stacks. I mentioned the sub 20 in the last level, but since we went to 40-80, a lot of 15 big blind stacks. And yeah, it's very compressed right now. Were we to lose 2 or 3 players, we would be back to a deeper type of poker. But until we do, it's going to be this kind of thing. Much more resembling maybe an online late game, which again is why it's great to have Darrow Kearney coming into the booth now shortly, in under half an hour's time. A man with so much live and online experience, certainly a master, a maestro, a Jedi, with both short stacks but also end game and ICM awareness. So we take a quick look there, and yeah, just to illustrate that point, Henry Bluchdick 7th place 1 million, Stefan Druska 3rd place 1.4 million. So there is 5 big blinds separating the players from 3rd to 7th right now. They're all sub 20, and this is very, very difficult to navigate. We have one player in Heike who seems to throw caution to the wind, but everybody else being respectful of these ladder jumps. Taborski, the gun 1 now. He's right in the middle of that pack from 3rd to 7th. He's probably sitting in 5th or 6th. And he has exactly 16 big blinds here. And 6 men to get through. Does he open a hand like 7s? Sometimes you're better off opening a hand like ace-2 suited than you are a hand like 7s. Looks like he is going to open though. And open for a big sizing, which is interesting. 2.5x here from Taborski. Going to earn himself a few extra folds with this larger size. And maybe that's the point of it. Doesn't want to face a flop with the pocket 7s if it's avoidable. And job done, I think, because I can't see Engelen, even with the larger stack, defending a 9-7-0 here. Yeah. So definitely the desired outcome from Jaborski. We have just a couple more hands now of 40-80. Would you believe the blinds are about to go to 50-100k? That will certainly throw the cat among the pigeons. I already commented on how boxed together these stacks are. Well, it's about to get incredibly cramped at the bottom. So we have a dealer change here. Coming just before the break. As we catch up with the chat. See a couple of hundred people in here on YouTube. Plenty more over on Twitch as well. We appreciate you guys. Already completes here in the small blind. Schneider. Interesting spot here now with these battle of the blinds between England and Schneider. Schneider is definitely the player that Jordi has to worry about. Wouldn't have been surprised to see Schneider turn a hand like Jack-4 into a raising candidate pre-flop, but as played, it's worked out very nicely for him. Flopping top pair and England flopping middle pair. England deciding to go for the pot control line, bluff induce line. Makes a lot of sense. What basically happens when you're in a high ICM situation, which is exactly how Jordi finds himself when he plays a pot with Schneider, is a lot of your value range goes into your bluff catching range. It's just a function of that. Schneider knuckles back the Jack-4 on the King River, and then Jordi gets there. Backdoor straight working for him now. And Schneider, well, pretty grim run out, must be said. 9 of hearts, remember, on the river as well, so front door flush gets there too. Schneider, this is sort of an example of when top pair goes bad. Not sure he can even call this bet. 175. Oh, well, he's made it incredibly tempting, has Jordi, but I don't think there's enough bluffs here. At this sizing, remember, as well, you just wouldn't put any bluffs in, so I think the equation for Schneider is, am I beating any incredibly thin value? And I don't think 10x ever value bets. So great fold from Martin Schneider. Hats off to him there, recognizing when a board ran out badly and getting away. Very well played from both players. And one suspects that might be a little prelude to what is to come. These guys 1 and 2 in chips right now. I suspect maybe in the final shake-up. Clemo under the gun here. 15 bigs, ace jack. I think it works well as an ope. Don't think you want to stick it in here into the field. Certainly a lot of scenarios where you want to get away. Wow, he actually lets it go. That I didn't expect. I thought a for sure open 7-handed there with the ace jack O. But, you know, he's obviously very ICM aware, conscious of the fact that there are some million stacks behind him. Thought that he was probably far too 3-bettable by the big stacks. Decided to shave hands off his range all the way to ace jack. So we see that opening the door for England here on the button to pump it up with the pocket eights. Schneider with 8-6. Well, he hasn't released quickly, so could be plotting larceny here. Wouldn't be the worst spot to come over the top. Could be kind of fun. Put a lot of pressure on Jordi. Remember, Jordi, the man who desperately doesn't want to get into pots with Schneider. He wants to leverage ICM on everyone else. He's got an unfortunate seat right now. Schneider going to get involved behind him in a lot of situations. Taborski quickly releases, and yeah, it's exactly one of those spots now. England may just decide to let this one go by virtue of the difficulty in playability here. Now he's going to defend with the 8s. He should defend with the 8s, but it's just very, very hard now. One wonders if Schneider will fancy tripling off in certain boards to put max pressure on England and his range. Well, that's a good board for England in the sense that he's only looking at one overcard, but he is facing a man with whom he can't ever really raise or protect his hand now. He sort of has to play cautiously throughout. Interestingly, Schneider has checked when making this 6. Would have expected a small lead out here in all worlds, on all textures actually, I think, given you're 3-betting in that spot. And England keen to take the betting lead, which is dangerous as well. Maybe feels like this 350k can buy him showdown, perhaps. Three diamonds, no help to either player. Both probably feeling like they have enough showdown to get to showdown now. Maybe neither incentivized to put more chips in the pot. England, is he thinking, well, if I fire 400k here, I might have to face a bet of 900k on the river? Interesting one here now. Schneider, I wonder if he suspects he's behind and decides to use this texture to bluff. Could have the ace 5. Could have some 5x and king 5s maybe as well. Queen 5 suited. Or is this a blocker? Well, doesn't look like a blocker. Looks like a funny little sizing. Is a blocker. 350k. Clearly Schneider worried about being bluffed off second pair here. And I think he just got to stick to 350 in. I don't think there's any reason to not call a bet like this. This could definitely be ace 2, ace 3, ace 4. Going for a blocker sizing, ace 6. You're definitely beating too much. So call indeed, and Schneider, sort of a strangely played hand post flop, it must be said. I like the moxie of trying to attack England in that spot, but I don't think he really followed through on the plan. Maybe paralysed by the fact that he actually made a hand, decided to play the value of his hand in a strange sort of way rather than the situation, which was he could have applied a lot of pressure on his opponent. England allowed to get to showdown a lot cheaper than he would have liked, and now pretty much shares the chip lead with Schneider. Two big stacks now, both with 4.5 million. Everybody else in the 1.5 million sort of zone. Yeah, a little bit back to front on that one, I feel, Schneider. Heidke with the 8-5 of hearts here. Playing, remember, just 17 big blinds. Decides the 2.5 exit. Mana's game. Got to give him that. Clemo does release from the big blind with the dominating 8-7 suited. Little was he to know. What a strange distribution of chips now. Schneider and England will be both keen to pick off these guys. Blind's about to go to 50k, 100k. At that point, all of those players, 3rd through 5th, will be sub 15 big blinds. Dvorsky on the button with the suited ace. He just stick this one in for 16 bigs. He gets to shove into two people in similar enough territory to him. He can sort of throw the ICM conundrum back on them. It's the right kind of hand to do it. And that is exactly what he has decided. Clemo obviously going to release this king 4 suited eventually. And Lukdik must fold as well. So Taborski, crucial chips here, 200k pickup. Massive at this stage of the tournament as he just nudges himself into the top part of that her race for third place, if you want to call it that. Truska not going to get involved here with the Jack 10-0. One suspects. Suited maybe. Offsuit. Got to bin it. England definitely going to get involved here with the pocket eights. And interesting here, Taborski, well, he is one of those players boxed in together in this race for third. He's got the pocket sevens, he's got about 18 big blinds. He knows England likely to open light, but oh, sevens is just a bit grim. Yeah, I like the fold. It's not to say he wouldn't have got the fold from eights. I think he might have, but I think on balance you just gotta let that one go, and he does. Chips being committed by Jiri Heitke here. Suited connectors could get him in trouble. That board might save him here. Really is a big whiff. England could check this one back, but I like a bet, to be honest. I think you want to go real small here on this texture. Yeah, lovely sizing here, 125. England has impressed, it must be said. And pushing himself into the chip lead now is England. There's a new sheriff in town. And it all started with that, must be said, courtesy double up with the pocket queens against the king jack about an hour and a half ago. A real no need for kind of spot versus Heitke, who opens the king jack, gets shoved on by the queens. Never really a good calling spot, but Heitke made the call and created a monster. Block dick. 10 bigs. Gotta bin it. Gotta bin the 10-8 here, Henrik. Oh, and I'm very surprised by that fold. King Deuce offsuit, Heitke, who has played fairly loose and not just taken every spot, but taken spots that weren't even spots on so many occasions, decides to actually turn down a spot with the king 2 there. Interesting how he must construct his ranges, maybe valuing certain kinds of hands, suited, somewhat connectable hands, much more than the big card, small card hands, where in fact in this short stack situation actually the king 2 is sort of a better hand, if you're going to go with it, than the 5-4 suited. Ooh, block dick. Well, patience has been rewarded. He's got the aces. It's a tricky one now because he would ideally like to just open these aces, but that will look very, very strong. Always difficult when you've got a tight image and then you look down on a hand this good when you're this short. Sort of feel like, oh, do I have to just shove it because I'd shove my whole range and hope that someone just wakes up with ace jack or pocket 7s or pocket 8s and makes the call, because sometimes the open is just too strong looking and gives the game away. He is going to try and extract value though from these aces. Looks like he is going to open it up for the min, because he's hoping that people don't spot that he's as short as he is, but he's immediately been rumbled by Druska, who's checked into that. King jack go. Certainly a 3-betting candidate over a loose player opening a larger stack. Definitely going to turn this one down, I feel. It looks just so incredibly strong from Blockdick. Posing the question to his opponents, does he have a raise full range of 10 bigs? A lot of players won't. And England with the quick fold as well. So given the hands we saw behind, probably wasn't getting action anyway, but Blockdick with the aces just get some blinds and antes, another 200k, another orbit of the track. Yuri Heidke, ace 10, all of it. It looks like we are going on a break. These 7 players heading off for what I assume is a 15 or 20 minute break. We're here at the Unibet Deepstack Open from King's Casino Rozvadov. Here are the 7 players and what will be a very interesting situation when we return. Jordy England, top of the charts right now, 4.6 million. Schneider, after a slightly awkward hand against England, down to 4.4 million. He's still in a great spot. Heidke, well, he's been the loose cannon at this table. Taborski, Druska seem like real quality, it must be said. Blockdick, Klimo playing the short stack very judiciously as well. Blinds will be up at 50k, 100k when we return. This one has suddenly become a very shallow affair.
8 of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket 5s. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
All-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him over, don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like.
Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100K victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace King 9,
right? Turn.
Wow, could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107K. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with rebuys at night because I enjoyed them, right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep in the tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level. Yeah. And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
to give Orpin?
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
Spot.
Well, you sucked down on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with Open, right?
And
Worth a
Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Hands deep in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebs and saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nicky P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
1 time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
All in.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. big fan of all of these 5 players. Have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. He's not happy. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind for that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
Welcome back, guys. Darrow Kearney, I can hear you. As we very well. We welcome you back to final day of the Unibet DSO main event. Darrow Kearney joining me in the booth now. Delighted. You've done this in the past before, Darrow. Very hard stint commentating on your own, so much appreciated you joining me now.
No problem, David.
It's been an interesting one. I'm going to catch you up on all the action. Livinius Ballant busted very quickly, first hand. Out the door he went at the hands of Henrik Bluckdick. And then we waited about 2 more hours for another elimination. Marvin Warner was eliminated by Jordi Engelin for 3,850. All the players guaranteed 5,250 now, Dara. But as you can see, the consequence of that lack of bust outs over those 3 levels, and actually it was a little bit longer than 3 levels because we played the last few minutes of last night's level as well. So it was almost a 3-hour session. It's a very short stacked affair. We've got 2 big stacks, 39, 37 bigs up top there, but you can see from 3rd to 7th, there is only 4 big blinds between them, and it is very compressed and very shallow now.
Yeah, it really is. Like the guy in 3rd place there only has 12 big blinds, and the guy in 7th, if he doubled up, actually they've just updated the graphic now, 15 and 10. But if the guy in 7th doubles up, he's 3rd. So those 5 guys are really just all hoping the other guys will bust out quickly. Really, they just kind of have to play shove or fold. They can't be raise folding. So
no.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting period of play. We should be seeing a lot of late position shoving from those guys.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think maybe where Schneider and England could take advantage of the fact that the guys were sitting with 15 to 20 and they could kind of nudge into them. They have to be very careful now with their ranges because you don't really want to open something that you can't call off too often. You know, you don't really want to be like raise folding into a like what's going to be an 8 big blind, 9 big blind stack in the next few minutes.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Funnily enough, I made an online final table yesterday where there was a kind of similar dynamic with 6 people left. One guy had about half the chips, and the rest of us all had 10 to 12 big blinds. And the way it just played was our only move was to either shove or reshove over his opens.
Yeah. England has impressed, it must be said. Our Dutch player here, he's not put a foot wrong from what I can see. Heidke's definitely our, shall we call him, loose cannon. Heidke, you'll get a look at it in a moment. Dara, he's probably in 3rd or 4th place right now. He's one of those guys around the 15 big blind mark. He has been very loose and very willing to commit chips. So he's definitely an interesting character. As we see here, a battle of the 2 big stacks, button versus small blind. Jordy England opening the 10-8 off, and Martin Schneider calling with the king 3 of clubs. Interesting spot here now. Jordy obviously continuing, hoping to get it done with a little stab here. He's got some backdoors working for him, not particularly attractive ones. Schneider clearly on in hanging on mode here with the king 3.
Yeah, normally these spots, the 2 chip leaders are supposed to play fairly cautiously against each other.
Yeah.
But that does mean that if one player sort of throws caution to the wind, it puts the other player in a very difficult spot. Now he kind of has to ask himself, like, what's going to fold that didn't fold on the flop.
Yeah, he specifically has to target a king that may not fold here because it's playing the ace kicker. So you have to fire twice if you're going to try and target the king, and it's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, I like to check back there because there really isn't too much. Like in those spots, you should always think about how the card that comes changes things and what you can now get to fold. You know, typically if it's a scare card that completes draws or improves hands in other ways, you have a better chance than when it's a relative blank. I mean, in fact, the 4 is a particularly bad card because if our opponent is hanging on with the 4, he's obviously not folding now. Normally, bottom pair is kind of what you'll get to fold most of the time to the second barrel. So when the bottom card pairs, that reduces the amount of folds.
Great analysis. Dara, just while we have a little gap before the next hand develops, you've played quite a few Unibet DSOs over the years. I've probably played a few more than you. There's been some in Malta that I know I've played that you haven't, but you've definitely attended a few of these. What's your feeling about the festival? And, you know, it's been around quite a long time now. I was remarking earlier that it's probably in its 10th or 11th year.
Yeah, it's always an excellently run festival by Alex. Without throwing any other French festivals under the bus, the French stuff is sometimes a bit hit or miss in terms of organisation, but the Deepstacks are always really well organised. And like a lot of other tours that do well, you do kind of see the same faces. So there's sort of like brand loyalty among a lot of players, particularly French players, to it.
Yeah, there's been a very conscious effort, I know, from the .com side of Unibet, which obviously, Dara, you and I more so represent, to get behind Alex's festivals in the last couple of years in a greater way. We always ran satellites for the DSOs, but it's fair to say we sort of stepped up the number of satellites. It was noteworthy that roughly 5, sometimes a 6th person would satellite into the package satellites every Sunday from .com, and then of course they had 6, 7, sometimes 8 coming from the .FR. So quite a lot of people coming through the satellite route, which is great to see.
Yeah, and I guess we're seeing that on this final table, which is not as French as certainly the UDSOs that I attended, which were almost exclusively French.
Yeah, it is less so that. Certainly some Rosvidov regulars at this feature table. I noted earlier as well that there was a lot of these guys, their best scores were in this very room. So yeah, again, I think probably getting a nice mix of satellite qualifiers coming along, but also a lot of the local Czech, German players making the journey from wherever they come from. Speaking of Kings, Dara, you've played a little bit of poker here. I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 visits to Rozvadov down the years. What do you make of the place?
I've actually been there a lot more often than that. I would probably say it's getting up towards 10 now. Yeah, no, it's an amazing venue once you get inside. Obviously, it's kind of well known that it's sort of middle of nowhere. There's nothing much around it, but that's kind of the whole point. We're just there for the poker. It's an amazing poker venue. It's almost exclusively devoted to poker. You know, there's a little bit of roulette, etc., but most of the floor space is poker tables. So it feels very much like a poker venue.
Am I right in saying you made one of your WSOP final tables in Rozvadov?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember that. In fact,
it was definitely
no, it was actually.
Let me try and jog your memory.
It was the year the WSOP was in Berlin.
Oh, so it wasn't. It wasn't there when you played the 6 max that was full of beasts.
No, it wasn't. No, it was Berlin, basically. I think it might have been the last year before WSOP went to Rozvadov. I played Party Millions events, German Millions, other stuff there down the years, but I have played the WSOP maybe twice since I've moved there. But yeah. It was definitely Berlin, and before that, the previous time I played WSOP Europe, it was actually in London that year. It used to move around, but now it's basically found a permanent home, or at least in recent past, permanent home in Rozvadov. It's kind of strategically located because it's right across the border from Germany, and there's not much live poker in Germany, so they do get the Germans coming across, and then it's central relatively central for other neighbouring countries as well.
Yeah, a real hotspot, and as you said, is sort of at that cross section of a lot of different poker territories. Not too big a journey. We've done the journey flying into Prague, and I think it's might be a 2-hour drive, but that's pretty reasonable as well to make that drive from the capital city. Speaking of DSOs, this might be a first for Alex and his tour, where he has festivals that are literally back-to-backing into one another. He finishes the DSO Rozvadov today, and tomorrow begins the DSO Malta Poker Festival in Malta.
All right, Joe.
So no rest for the
wicked.
wicked.
It seems like we're back into the season for poker in Malta again. There's quite a lot coming up in Malta in the next few weeks, including another Unibet affiliated event, the festival.
Yes, we've stamped our names on both the Malta Poker Festival, which is the brainchild, of course, of Yvonne Montilegre, and has been running for about 5 years now. They've started doing a spring and an autumn series, which is great to see. Battle of Malta does the same these days too. And then, of course, Frankie von Zweigberg and the festival series, sort of coming out of Frankie's former venture of the Cash Game Festival, which was also a Unibet branded sponsored sort of affair before the pandemic. But Frankie's, I think, maybe tapped into the magic of tournament poker now, and he's bringing his tournament series around. And of course, where there is a tournament series in Europe, there has to be a Malta stop these days. It seems compulsory.
Yeah. Tricky spot here for Hendrik now with the ace-5. His problem is he basically didn't have any real fold equity with 7 big blinds there. And it was a relatively early position open. Obviously marked open fairly wide as one of the 2 big stacks, but with a hand like ace-5 suited, you would like to have some fold equity.
Yeah, we saw a very similar spot actually with David Taborski on the last orbit before the break, where he was sitting with 11 bigs and under the gun opened, and he had to fold. Even though he was the shortest stack, he had to fold the ace-jack on the button, because again, probably felt like, under the gun opening range. And it wasn't one of the big stacks that you would maybe feel were getting out of line. It was one of the other shorter stacks. And he just probably felt like he didn't have much fold equity on the ace-jack, and it just didn't range to be good. As it happened, the other guy had ace-jack as well, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, if somebody's opening up a relatively shallow stack, obviously the range is much stronger. You would, in theory, prefer to get it in against one of the other short stacks, because then if you do win, you obviously it's the double whammy. Whereas if you double up to one of the chip leaders, it's nice, it pulls you clear of the pack maybe, but doesn't have quite the same other upside to it.
That's an excellent point. Yeah, I more meant in terms of the fact that the opening range might be wide enough.
Yeah,
that
the
your
range is
11
just going to be
bigs would have
stronger
to
because he's
fold.
opening. Yeah. I alluded earlier.
But
to
but
that.
it's
There
a
won't
very
be too
good
much-
counterpoint.
There won't be too much raise folding because in these spots when you're shallow, you don't have very many strong hands that are strong enough to raise call. You know, it's probably just aces, kings, queens, maybe ace king. So you can't have too many raise folds either. You're just going to be shoving most of your range.
Speaking of having some raise fold, is this a spot where Druska can construct a raise fold range, or does he just need to lamp in the suited king here with 12 bigs?
Yeah, if you're going to have a raise fold range, this could definitely go into it. Typically, the top of the range is going to be the raise calls.
Oh wow!
It's because it's one of the bigger stacks. Again, like if he had a shorter stack behind him, he would have more fold equity because the other player would have a high risk premium as well. But the chip leaders have a very low risk premium against the shorter stacks, so they can call reasonably close. But yeah, I think I probably would have just shoved that hand, to be honest.
Yeah, I gotta say I would have done the same. I wouldn't have loved it, and I would have been praying for the fold. But I think it's just a suited king is just way too good. Blind be blind. Pluktik now, just 8 bigs. Well, that's what happens when you only have 10 or 11 bigs and the blinds go through you once. My God, it's so shallow now.
Yeah, this is close as well. I think I'd definitely stick in king 10, but king 9.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think king 10, king 9 suited feels good. King 9 off feels a little...
I mean,
and we really are just going to see it.
Yeah, he has moved all in. I don't blame him for that. It's a well above average hand, and
Blinds
it's
are coming too.
250k around now. So basically, like if he folds for 3 orbits, he's out. So he kind of has to take these spots, and it's going to get through.
Yeah, fortunately for Henrik Pluktik, who, by the way, Dara, I don't know if he's a familiar face to you. Dublin-based, by the looks of things, has an Irish flag attached, and he, despite the Scandinavian name and appearance, and he has results at the IPO, at the Dublin Poker Festival, all to his resume.
Yeah. I was actually talking to him at the IPO. I remember at the table. He's very friendly and very complimentary. So I actually thought he was a visiting Dutch pro, but then somebody told me afterwards he lives in Ireland. Which of course a lot of the Dutch do live in Ireland now, but for taxation reasons.
Good point. Clemo with the buck threes, he's been very quiet throughout this final table. Finally getting a spot under the gun here, whereas Dara pointed out, the blinds and antes get you 250k around, but the next 3 hands we're going to clean, or the next 2 hands in fact are going to clean him out of those 250k. So with just 7.5 bigs, he feels compelled. He is going to get a customer into Borski. Battle of the 2 short stacks here, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, this is huge for both of them. Obviously not just the ladder, or likely ladder if the shorter stack wins, but also just getting out of that very short zone. And there's the ace.
Jumping into the lead, Taborski goes, and I think we may have info that one of the 3s has been folded, hence why the graphics were displaying a non-flip. So it's going to be slim pickings here for Clemo. And we say goodbye to the German, who bows out in 7th place for just over 5k. 10 buy-ins for his weekend's work. Big moment for Taborski, arguably the most decorated player at this feature table. Taborski has almost 3/4 in live earnings. He is the 21st Prague on the all-time money list, or Czech on the all-time money list. And I mentioned a couple of results earlier. His 2 first places were in 550 events in this very casino. This time last year in the Swiss Poker Open, he won it outright for 92k, and in 2018 he won the WSOP Circuit event here for 71k. Well, England with the big stack now has a big hand to boot. Oh, and Taborski could get into trouble here. Interesting spot, Dara. He's just doubled up. He's ahead of the other short stacks. He's sitting 3 of 6 right now. A very tricky spot to navigate. What do you think?
Yeah, this is super tricky. Like, without ICM, you would just stick this in for 19 big blinds over a fairly loose opener. But with ICM, when you look at reshoving ranges in these spots, they usually have an ace in them because you really want to block hands like the one that Jordy has.
Yeah.
You can also just flat here. Your hand plays very well post flop, even though it's quite a lot of your stack. But that's something we've learned from the solvers in the last few years. When you're relatively shallow, it doesn't have to be shove or fold. You can do some flatting as well. You could maybe even construct
it looks like he is
a 3-bet fold
contemplating
range.
a 3-bet fold, exactly. Yeah, using the blockers, I guess.
Yeah, he's put in less than a third of his stack, so if he gets shoved on, he can fold now with the ICM. The problem with this play is that you don't have too many hands that are strong enough to 3-bet call. But I guess King Queen suited it might literally be the best hand to do this with, apart from maybe Ace 5 suited.
Pretty gross if pocket 10s or pocket jacks stick it in your eye, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with it.
Well, while Jordy England gives some false pause before the inevitable all in, and we see Taborski's super quick release, so exactly was part of the plan, Dara. He spent that full minute working out what he likes doing.
Yeah. Yeah, that might have looked like an old-fashioned 3-bet to find out where you're at play, but it really wasn't. He was basically just using the blockers, as you said, and he knew he was folding instantly if he got shoved on.
Yeah, genuinely a spot where you could have imagined all 4 options: a fold, a call, a 3-bet, and a shove.
Yeah.
The Django's for Stefan Druska, who's going to open them off a stack of just 12 bigs. He's been very, very good, like super shallow throughout, but played very, very well with that shallow stack.
Yeah, off 12 bigs again, like you're not going to have too many raised calls, but this is definitely one of them. The problem is it looks so strong. Like unless you're balancing this with some weak suited aces or whatever. For a lot of players, this will literally be just aces or kings.
Yeah, I speculated earlier, Dara, that Druska may have taken up residence in Rozvadov. He just 2 weeks ago converted a 450 quid buy-in in the Euro Poker Millions into a 141k score.
Wow, that's some spin up,
isn't it? Well, I mentioned Heike was a man who liked to put chips in the pot here. He's decided to defend with 10 deuce off here.
Wow.
And he's now going to come out leading into the king.
That's extremely unorthodox. And the ace, you pretty much hated when the ace flops, but...
No, he didn't. He checked.
Oh, he checked, sorry.
He threatened.
Yeah.
He threatened.
The kings hate this now. I think you kind of have to just say, well, if I'm beaten, I'm beaten. But I wouldn't mind checking here to try and induce a bluff. Like if we're going to put the money in anyway, the best way to do it is to trying to juice it bluff. Is the 10-2 gonna hang on? Wow.
What are we seeing? Oh my
Even
goodness.
the light part of the range is ace-x, so
He
yeah,
just
this
clicked
is,
it to 350. Oh, that's so grim. And he, by the way, Dara, just because I know you don't have him profiled the way these guys will, these guys will have seen some mad stuff over the last 2 hours, and they will be looking at this going, like, oh my god, he could have 10 deuce offsuit.
10 deuces in the range, as we can see. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a horrible spot now for Stefan, but I don't think we can fold. I don't think we get to fold kings here. I think
It's also
if he
like
has
what
the aces,
hands
just
would
our
ever
time to
raise
die.
here.
But I think it looks like he's going to get, really? No, he's rethinking it. I think the best
He's
thing to do
thinking
here is to just call and let him barrel off.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dara. I think he's thinking to himself, during that break, I spoke to my friend who read me 7 hand histories from Heike that were batshit crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, this reminds me a bit of my first WSOP final table where I played against eventual winner Yupeshka Silva, who I'd never played against before, and he was opening a lot. So I sent you a message asking you to send me all the hands he was opening, and I literally looked down at my phone and it was like King 4 suited under the gun, Queen 3 offsuit in the cutoff, and then he opened from the cutoff, and I had 8-7 suited, and I decided, right, that's good enough to stick in, given that information. I think when you're up against somebody who's playing on orthodox, I mean, obviously he can of course have the ace, but you just have to kind of say, well, it's a cooler if he does.
Like, it's kamikaze stuff from Yuri Heike here, but you got to give him credit for the moxie.
Yeah.
He doesn't lack bravery, this man.
Ikben Trajercha on YouTube says Bloktik is a Dutch player. He actually lives in the Netherlands. They just have a mistake on Hendemov with his flag. So
okay.
Yeah, I've got bum info there. But yeah, this is a horrible spot for the king. Wow, he's got the kings to fold. That's amazing. You want to show?
Oh wow.
That was the look of a man who has definitely done. That
was daylight robbery, Dara.
That is absolute balls out poker. You defend against the guy who is opening a super tight range, and the light part of the range is ace-x, and if the board comes ace high and you have literally nothing, 10 deuce.
A wild, wild hand. I feel like I watched one of those, you know, viral YouTube videos where the guy robs a bank. Well, that tells the tale there on screen. Henry Blukdik very, very short now, just 8 big blinds. Blinds about to come get him as well. Stefan Druska, he's made that fold with the pocket kings. Absolutely hating life. He'll hate it even more in half an hour's time. And yeah, those guys really on life support right now.
Yeah, some talk in the chat that maybe the kings should have just fold, should have just shoved pre to avoid that. I mean, it's certainly a viable option, but I think if you do open kings, you just kind of have to say, well, you know, particularly against a wild player, I'm just going to go with my hand. Also, some suggestions that the big blind was representing the ace there. I'm not sure he was, because I think an ace would just check call rather than check raise. It wasn't a particularly scary board. Okay, so Jordi's picking up another big hand here. Stefan has basically lost half his stack that hand. So Stefan at the bottom of the pile now after that unfortunate excursion with the kings.
Yeah, rough stuff, must be said. Dara, I got some questions earlier in the chat about our possible location for the Unibet Open this year. I obviously, didn't leaky lap on it. I didn't tell anybody that they should be booking a rest or, anything of that nature.
Good, yeah, because I know a few people who were under the impression that was happening in May based on some stuff you and Barry said on the chip race. So I think we're probably better away.
Well, you have to keep your leaky lap and range balanced.
Yeah. Probably better off waiting for the official announcement.
Where's the fun in that?
Quinlan says you won't find that 10-2 off check raise in your book, Star. Indeed, you won't know the unblockers.
You'll find it in Doyle Brunson's book.
Yeah, the 10-2 is quite an iconic hand, although Doyle always points out that it was just the blinds were so high. I think they had about 4 big blinds, so you're supposed to defend any 2 against a min raise. So again, Hendrik has
now facing a very awkward spot.
Yeah, with the 5s, like again, not a lot of fold equity here. Now, as it happens, he would get King 4 suited to fold almost certainly, but it has. The only hands that will fold here are kind of these high card, low card hands.
Yeah, and he does have a man to outlast there. If he was the shortest and at sea, he could probably maybe just about go with it. But with Truska even shorter than him, it makes it very awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is why it sucks being short in tournaments. You just have to do so much folding in these spots. He already has a very defendable hand, so it looks like we're going to see the 2 big stacks in action against each other. They're very deep relative to each other, almost 50 big blinds. Geordie flops top pair.
Oh wow, what a flop!
And
Holy
a flush
moly.
draw and bottom pair for Martin. So yeah, this will probably just go check bet call. I don't think you want to check raise against the other big stack.
Yeah, you mentioned there earlier how these guys are incentivized to play small pots against one another. I think that's why we will see it proceed.
And if it's a blank turn, it probably goes check check.
England adds a gutter to his top pair while Schneider still playing bottom pair. Flush draw. Can't see either person going away for almost any amount on this street.
Yeah, one of the most obvious draws gets there, so 10-9. England has a 9 as kind of backup here. He's picked up a gut shot, so he can feel better about hanging on to his top pair.
I'm sure I love this bet from Schneider here. He's gone with a half pot Dara, having been called already. I'm not sure it achieves enough. I think you want to probably check your hand or go for a larger bet. I think this middle bet doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Oh, that's a good
one. Unless you know you're going to bring the most size card possible on the river.
David, your sound is fritzing out, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your microphone might need to be fixed. It's a really small bet, so I don't think Geordie can fold this bet size. It's tiny, but it's so tiny it looks like basically it just always wants to get called. Like nobody ever bluffs at this size. I'll pick up the talking while David tries to sort out his microphone. Yeah, this is one of those weird spots where the bet is so small, you just think, well, the guy's never bluffing. He knows I have to be calling here. So it might be a spot where if he'd actually bet bigger, he would have got paid, but because he bet so small, Geordie might work out this is never ever a bluff.
I hope I'm back, Dara.
You are, yeah, I think. Need to talk a bit more.
What a
Yeah,
filthy
Jordy just
run out.
kind of shrug called in the end there.
Yeah, it was the dirtiest way to get there from the point of view of Jordy, who just wouldn't have seen that coming.
But did he fold the river there? Maybe he folded the river. Sorry, I missed that. I was distracted by your audio. If he folded, that was a great fold on the river. But I think he actually called. Yeah, so I can't really blame him for that.
Yeah, Schneider going into a big lead now with that pick up.
Yeah, Blockdyke has no real... Blockdyke, I'm not sure how you say that second name. Hendrik, I'm going to call him. No real decision there. Oh, Schneider.
Gets the
He
walk.
just won a decent sized pot, gets a walk with the queens. It's all coming up Schneider at the moment.
Well, one suspects that this is the hand and the moment that Blockdyke must seize upon now.
Yeah. Yeah, like you're losing 250k a round. You're about to lose 250k the next two hands, so you just kind of have to go with your hand now. Yeah. Yeah, he moved all in. Let's see if he runs into something here. Queen 10 shouldn't really qualify against an under the gun shove. King Jack is tempting, but it's tempting, but King Jack is just such an easily dominated hand. You know, you got Ace Jack, King Queen, Ace King, they're all in there.
Yeah, and I think this is where Blockdyke's nittiness for the last, hour and a half or so with the short stack will probably earn him a fold that, let's be honest, he probably wants. 60-40, sure, but you don't really want to go to showdown 60-40 here. And
yeah, no, absolutely,
40% of the time going out in sixth.
You'd much rather the fold, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because King Queen I think you do call, but King Jack offsuit just does look a bit dirtier.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing in Schneider's favor is he has no real risk premium here at all. Like, he can afford to lose these chips and it makes very little difference to his stack, but he does make the fold in the end. And you can see there he's actually relieved, even though he knew he was almost certainly ahead.
Can I put a kind of an advanced concept to you, Dara, that I'm sure you've covered in your endgame book somewhere within the pages, is the notion that when you're in a spot like Schneider is right now, he's got about 45% of the chips in play six-handed. And it's obviously a great spot to be in. Yes, he could make a call like that that's like really wafer thin borderline, probably not even correct. Like, let's say he goes with the King Queen instead. But there's this other benefit to keeping that player in with seven bigs. So the longer that this stays six-handed, five-handed, the more ICM is still in the mix for all these guys. And as the big stack, where he really wants to get his chips is by raising, taking it 3 times in orbit, and not by having to, call with the bottom of his range.
Yeah, there's certainly an argument for that. The only problem with that argument is that eventually the blinds will rise to the stage where the short stacks will all just start shoving, and then if you find yourself going card dead and they start knocking each other out, you might regret. I think on the very, very close ones you can definitely pass them, but you shouldn't be passing clearly profitable spots just to try and keep shorter players alive. It feels a little bit like fancy play syndrome. As I said, like, what can happen then is the other players can double up to each other. That actually happened on the final table that I played online last night. One guy, as I said, six times he had half the chips. Now he ended up coming third, because he basically just did a lot of raise folding. And sort of the table kind of worked out. Well, he's opening almost every hand, and he's not going to call off light. So the table adjusted and started piling on him.
Oh, Taborski with a very tempting one here, but I feel might just edge past it again for similar reasons. It's, you know, he knows there's 2 guys shorter than him right now. He's probably sitting 4 of 6. Yes, he knows Jordy Engelin is probably opening wider than most, but yeah, I like the fold there.
Yeah, I do like the fold there. Yeah, again, you'd really like to have an ace in your hand if you're going to reshove.
Gary, you mentioned your books there. I know you're working on at least one, I think 2 other books at the moment. Any little teasers for our audience?
Yeah, we're actually kind of working on 3 at the moment, although one is a little bit on the back burner. The first one that'll be out, and it should be out in the next couple of months, will be on mystery bounties. That's actually with we finished the first draft, and it's with the advanced readers at the moment. We're well advanced on a book on exploitative poker as well, using the solvers. Should be out hopefully by the end of the year. And then the other book that's in the works is post-flop ICM, but that won't be out until next year.
Very good. A busy time for Dara and Barry Carter, of course, as well, who produce at least 1 book a year these days, and all very much worth picking up. As we see, Pocket Nines also very worth picking up,
yeah,
particularly when your opponent has Pocket Sixes.
Yeah, I think you probably have to go with this. There's just so many hands that you dominate. Yeah, Hendrik really hasn't put a foot wrong. He's sort of made some tight folds, but he's also recognized that even with very little fold equity, 9s is just too strong to fold. I think the 6s will call off here because there's going to be so many ace king, ace queen type hands that you're in okay shape against. No. Sorry,
Schneider going nowhere with a pair.
Quick call, yeah.
So this is very much the moment Blockdyke has been waiting for. He's played patiently. He has edged past quite a few times. He has navigated, and now he's got himself in with what we're being shown as 98%, which seems very generous.
Yeah,
I can only assume 2 6s have been folded.
Yeah, so he basically has to hit a straight with his 6. And the 9s are even running some interference on that, so.
And it's over. There's no 6s left in the deck, so we can confirm, even though they do not know it, this is over.
Yeah. Hendrik is going to be dangerous if he gets chips. He's played the short stack really well.
Mm-hmm.
And we can only assume he plays the other stack sizes equally well.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with his play so far as well. As we zoom out to take a look at what that showdown's effect on the leaderboard will be. Well, Druska still in the doldrums after folding those kings, and oh my goodness, is he about to find out via a friend's text message any minute now. What a horrendous moment that will be for him. Taborski with 1 million. Hendrik Blockdyke has jumped up to 1.8 million now, 18 big blinds. Heitka, who inexplicably went with that 10 deuce, 2.3 million. He certainly gives us plenty to watch. Engelin came off the bad end of that Schneider affair moments ago after both players flopped a piece and Schneider flopped a flush draw. Ended up getting there the dirty way by pairing his bottom pair and blindsiding Engelin. But yeah, one feels like Engelin and Schneider will be there in the mix when we get to 3 or 4 handed.
Yeah, with their stacks, I mean, something would have to go horribly wrong. Yeah, the king spot, actually, it's interesting. It reminds me of a spot I looked at with a student of mine who's a cash game regular. So we were studying blind on blind short stacked tournament spots, and we were looking at what you do with kings. And often you from the small blind, you just play kings as a trap pre-flop, and even if the ace comes, you literally continue to trap. Like, you just don't bet, because you're basically trying to get the other guy to bluff, and you're just kind of accepting, well, if he has the ace, I'm going broke anyway. But if he doesn't have the ace and I check, I can get him to bluff. And I think that's probably what the line Drusky should have taken there. Just go, like, if he has the ace, I'm gone. But how do I get the chips from?
Yeah. But he could have the open ender, he could have the gutter, he could have a pair and a backdoor, or indeed he could have 10 deuce star.
Yeah.
Well, interesting spot here for Bluckdyke, who is being, given the opportunity to knock out somebody. Oh, sorry, not knock out somebody, it's Heike. Sorry. Well, given the opportunity to maybe make a light 4-bet against somebody very capable like now he just let it go, so Heike's just sort of running over these spots in a way.
Yeah. I mean, if you are brave and you take the approach of, like, ICM be damned, you will get a lot of folds.
It's amazing how often it plays in the mind of a player that, oh no, he might actually have it this time.
Yeah, I think that's something you just have to put out of your mind. Like, I always tell my students, like, if a player like that has it, it's a cooler, basically, because most of the time they just don't have it.
Well, this is one of the times that he has it, Dara, and let's pray for his table mates that nobody wakes up with any semblance of a hand. Oh, Martin Schneider. Well, this is a car wreck waiting to happen. Yuri Heike, it's almost unfair when a player like him wakes up with a real hand. Martin Schneider with a very real hand of his own, and I see no escape route here pre-flop, Dara.
No. Maybe he'll just call and...
He has just called.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's fine against a loose cannon who doesn't seem ICM conscious. It's going to look fairly safe flop for Schneider, so he's probably going to call 1-bet at least. That has the backdoor flush draw as well with the queen. Nah, that might save him. Might save him many more chips. Yeah. Yeah, I think he lost the minimum there. Funnily, we were talking also
of about 400k, I think.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about maybe Schneider should be passing spots as the chip leader, but this sort of thing can happen. Like, you can just have to get it in against somebody. You lose that one, you lose another decent sized spot here, and you get dragged back. So you can't really take that approach too far. You just kind of have to go ahead and keep playing.
Well, Heike in the ascendancy now, moving ever closer to the top 2 spots. Can't be much daylight between them now. He's definitely pulled away from the chasing pack, or the, I don't know, I'm trying to put it in running parlance for you, Dara, the fading, the second group who are much further behind the front group.
Yeah, I think maybe that's more of a cycling thing than a running thing.
Okay.
Runners largely run their own race, and they don't worry too much about what other people are doing. They just try and run as fast as they can themselves, and hope that wins the race. But in cycling, obviously, drafting is a big factor.
As we see Taborski with a very interesting spot here, probably a rejam spot. Engelin opening up the King-7 offsuit. King-Queen is a bit big here with 10 bigs.
Yeah, I think he gets a button open from from an aggressive chip leader, king queen, you do just have to go with it. You would rather have an ace, but this would be trickier if you had more chips. Like if you had 20 big blinds, it'd be awkward. But I think with 9, you just have to go with your hand.
Just decided to call here.
Interesting. I guess we keep in hands like king 7 that we dominate, but then this is going to happen sometimes, and now we're check folding.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster, to be honest. I really don't like not getting it in here pre with the king queen. I got to say, Taborski clearly a very good player.
Yeah, love this
maybe
bet size
just
as well from England. This is perfect bet size. Just one big blind. That'll get the job done against a lot of hands.
will it get the job done against king queen? I wonder.
Well, if you put in one big blind and then he bets again, and like you've only got 8 behind now.
The problem is, from Geordie's point of view, he can't put Taborski on almost any ace-x because they would have gone in pre. So he's probably putting him on some kind of 5-6. I don't know.
Or a 4 or a 3 possibly, or a or, like even the pocket pairs go in pre, so it's tricky. And Taborski's picked up a gut shot, but again, like when you're this shallow, that sort of additional equity isn't as useful as when you're deeper. So I think I like a 2 big blind bet here.
Yeah, yeah, like a little 150k sort of 20%er can do the job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
exactly
from your mouth to his ear, Sarah.
Yeah. And this is the problem with hanging on a flop now. You're kind of in no man's land. But he's
wow, look at this for a soul read so far.
Yeah, I think well, the fact he's picked up some nut equity, it definitely helps. Like if that was a 9, I don't think he calls. But I think he's decided this is a call twice spot. But it's very hard for England.
Very hard for Geordie to empty the clip now.
Yeah, he probably has to think. Well, he's got a crappy ace, or he's hit some weird 2 pair.
It definitely be dawning on me now that maybe my opponent has pocket aces too.
Pocket aces is possible too, yeah, for sure.
He has gone for Geordie England.
Oh,
wow,
yeah,
what a spot. 2 guys leveling one another throughout this hand, it must be said.
Yeah.
Well, England did not blink first. Yeah. Sick! Absolutely sick.
A great play by England there. I think he, like you said, like he ruled out pocket aces is probably the only value hand that makes sense. So he just doesn't have too much ace-x. One of the problems too with the way that Taborski played that hand too is he actually leaked quite a lot of his stack. Like he ended up having to fold the best hand. There's no shame in doing that when you're under ICM pressure, but if you're going to do it, it's better to do it before you put in half your stack.
Indeed. Well, Druska, with just 3.5 big blinds now, decides to make it 2.25x. I guess he's giving himself the escape hatch of if a few people get it in and he has a potential ladder jump, he can maybe let go.
Yeah, I think that's
his ace-8 suited.
Yeah.
And England right behind probably goes with the min click here, I assume.
He's just called because that's sufficient to commit against Stefan. He doesn't even need to raise. Schneider has a very playable hand. Yeah, he's going to just call as well in position against the other big stack.
So Druska going 3 ways, potentially 4 ways to the flop now, and you know he has 1 big blind back, and the pot is already 9.5 big, so he won't need to whiff much. But there are scenarios where he might end up getting checked down. I've seen that happen before. Delighted to see diamonds.
Yeah.
commit his extra big.
That's probably the end for Geordie because he has to worry about Schneider behind.
Do you just flick in the one big though, just in case?
I guess, maybe. Hard to know what you're hoping for though.
Yeah, it's not great, but I suppose maybe for one big you might just go, okay, well, in for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you're getting such an amazing price, and just in case Schneider has missed completely, and you don't really want to give the short stack the pot. Yeah, good chances getting checked down from here.
Yeah, I don't see Schneider looking for value until maybe the river.
No, he doesn't even bother. He
doesn't even bother.
Rolls over the winning hand.
And we say goodbye to Stefan Druska in 6th place. It must be said he played terribly well over this Unibet Deepstack Open final table. Wasn't to be in the end. He had to sort of battle with the short stack, much like many of the players here.
Yeah, the king's hand, he never really recovered from that. That left him short. And another problem with his fold there is that it left him the shortest, so it was always going to be difficult to come back.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty horrible for him. It's probably around about now, this very moment, that the half-hour delay is up and he gets to find out what his opponent had. And there's a little salt rubbed in the wounds there as he goes up to the cage to collect his $7,000.
Yeah.
And then there were 5. A rejuvenated Schneider back in the chip lead. Georgi Engeling not too far behind. A very short stack David Taborski now, who I guess is largely freed from the ICM shackles he was once in. He's significantly far behind the rest now, although not completely inconceivable to see a couple of 12 and 13 big blind stacks get it in. We might yet get another ladder, a little bit more cockroaching perhaps.
Yeah. Hendrik's just going to let it go. He has a pretty bad seat with the wild man behind him.
Well, I did make the point actually in the first session of play in another spot where Bluckdijk folded Queen 6 blind v blind when he had 9 bigs, and I said, well, I think the issue he had, sorry, it was King 6. It was Queen 6 was actually in the hand of Heitke. He had King 6 blind v blind and he let it go, and I made the point that, you know, one of the disguised ways that a wild man like Heitke gets equity is that when your opponent feels like you'll call off incorrectly wide, you will, you know, when you think somebody will set fire to their own equity in order to set fire to yours, it does sort of create a different equation for you.
Yeah, I wrote a piece on ICM years ago where I compared it to a game of chicken or a Cold War, where you don't actually want to engage, but you want the other guy to think that you're willing to engage. So I always advise my students, if you do make a big final table, pretend you know absolutely nothing about ICM, and just talk up the fact that you're there to try and win the trophy, and then people will have to make those folds to you. So yeah, as you see, Taborski with the handcuffs off gets to shove Queen 9 now.
And
yeah,
England certainly considering taking a shot here for just 4 more bigs.
Yeah, he might be getting the price with almost only 2.
Yeah, 400 into a pot of 11.5, so he needs to be around about maybe 36, 37% against the range. We see he's 33
yeah, so unless
against
he's
the
dominated,
hand.
he definitely has the price. He is dominated, but even when he's dominated, he's not that far off. So, and he has very little risk premium because his stack is so much bigger than Taborski's. So, this is right on the margin. He does let it go.
It feels pretty reasonable to do either one there. It does feel, as you said, Dara, right on the margin.
Yeah.
He shows the Queen 9, interestingly. I don't know if I'd have done that. As we zoom out to have a look there. Confirmation of Stefan Druska's elimination at the hands of Martin Schneider. He takes away €7,200 from this Deepstack Open. 9,500 guaranteed for everybody left at the table, and then we move into the 5-figure payouts. And while Jaworski sits there with 6 or 7 bigs, Hendrik Blukdijk is still in ICM hell, it must be said.
Yeah, he's in the worst position, both at the table with the wild man behind him and the other big stacks behind them, and just in terms of he has to try and outweigh the short stack now.
Can I point out that Jiri Heitke has just opened on the button the 940?
Yeah, it's safe to say it's any 2. I mean, if you're defending 10-2 off against a guy who's opening the gun from 12 big blinds, 9-4 on the button is actually quite respectable.
Well, one would assume there is a c-bet incoming. No. Full of surprises is Jiri Heitke.
Yeah, if you're going to open the 9-4 off, you should probably be c-betting. But it's gone for the
levels on levels, Dara. The man has found the delay c-bet for
yeah.
extra convincing.
Yeah. Martin has a gut shot.
I think you want to raise a spot like this, don't you?
Yeah, well, you should have more 2x, but it's Jiri we're talking about, so.
Excellent point.
He does check raise.
Nice.
So,
yeah, nice execution there by Martin Schneider, it must be said, using the big stack to excellent effect. He can even get a fold out of the wild man.
Yeah.
It must be said, Dara, there's a lot of different final tables and a lot of ways that final tables play out. This is definitely one of the ones I particularly enjoy. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but that sort of short stack tippy-tappy battle where there's an awareness of the high ICM, which comes into this sort of situation where you've got maybe a couple of big stacks, a couple of middly stacks, and then some short ones, creating all sorts of dynamics. I think they're probably my favorite in terms of railing them, because there's just a lot of complexity there. Basically, even when the bigger stacks open, they're not opening into the same situation. They're opening into, you know, a short stack situation, another deep stack situation, a middle stack who might be reshoving a lot, and therefore they have to construct their range in quite a complicated way.
Yeah.
You mentioned you had a very long Sunday there, I saw on Twitter, when you were abusing me for cracking the whip and getting you into this commentary box to save me from talking to myself. I assume when you have a 15-hour Sunday, it's a profitable Sunday?
It was actually 18 hours. Yeah, it was profitable, but largely because my deepest run was literally the last tournament I regged.
So you like one tabling for like the last 4 hours?
I was... Last 2 hours. I was 2 tabling for the 2 hours before that. Yeah, it's funny how some of this work out. I had 2 tables on my screen at 3 AM and I had high hopes for one of them. I was one of the chip leaders and I was just tiny stacked in the other one, and I thought I'm going to bust that any minute. I ended up busting the one I had the big stack in around 5 AM, and I stayed short stack the whole way through to the final table on the other one, and then ended up getting heads up with a 3-1 chip lead. Unfortunately, not converting it to a win.
Impressive nonetheless. Also impressive is the Django's in the hand of Martin Schneider right now, opening up here in the cutoff with probably an image of a man who might be opening any 2 from this seat and this current situation. So
yeah, he has been opening wide, but he's been getting some real hands as well.
Looks like Yuri has defended. I'm not sure with what yet.
10-2.
Well, it could literally be anything, yes. We have learned.
That board hits a lot of anythings.
Yeah. And a quick check back from Schneider, who is keen to sort of throw rope in Yuri's direction. That feels like it might be the way to go.
Yeah, it feels like Yuri has something like a 6 or a 3 here now.
Ooh, look at that card.
Pretty much all the draws get there.
Oh, he checks it. Okay, do you go for extra value now if you're Schneider? No, you don't risk it against the wild man. Little smile. It was only ace high.
Oh, he had the ace high.
Okay. Schneider, like, what can I do against you? That smashes your range.
Yeah. But Schneider has more than recovered from that setback with the 6s against 9s and commanding chip lead.
You mentioned your excellent Sunday, which obviously ended in a late night on ACR. Obviously, with the time zone difference, that's where you can play into the wee hours. But I have to say, Darren, I think you'd agree with me on this one. The Unibet schedule in the last year or so, particularly since the rejuvenation by our colleague Andy Payton, has been a bit of a revelation. You know, gone are the days of the rebuy add-ons, and now we're sort of a half and half PKO vanilla structure. Plenty of mid-stake stuff there for players, and obviously that's very complementary then with our satellites into these kinds of live events like Malta next week, like the Unibet Open, which will be happening later in the year.
Yeah, I've upped my volume considerably on Unibet recently because there's more games at kind of like the level I like to play, and they're good games as well, like the PKOs and the vanilla tournaments, and of course we've just come off the chip race series, which I don't think it's been made official yet, but I believe you won the leaderboard.
It hasn't been made official yet, but I believe that is true. Yeah. But you know what? Speaking of which, Dara, I want to do something for the poker community, because as you know, I am a very charitable fella. This is where you say yes, you are, Dave. I know this about you.
I'm waiting for this. With,
I've decided that it's not fair that I win the lion's share of the leaderboard money, and instead, I think everyone should get a pay jump. You included. Everyone should get a pay jump up a spot. I've explained to Unibet that they have to make that happen.
Yeah.
Hike just shows the 5 deuce. Wasn't much in the hands of anybody there.
No. I think Hike is definitely having the most fun at the table. It's a very fun style to play.
Well, Taborski finally under the gun finds a shovable one. Blinds have gone up to 6120k, so he's just got 6 bigs now.
Yeah.
Question is, will anybody wake up?
Oh, Schneider's going to call. Yeah, quick call from Schneider, and he's actually dominating. Dealer waiting for the go-ahead to deal out. Here we go. Taborski needs a 9. Nothing there. Some backdoors with the 9. 7-5, 10 jack. No. The 5.
So a 7 or a 9.
7 or a 9. He's actually got a... But no. So we lose to Borski.
Yes, busting in 5th place, Taborski goes home with just over €9,000. A reasonably tidy weekend's work here. Remember, over 300 players entered this one, generating a prize pool of over 150k.
Probably the happiest man at the table now is Hendrik, who now doesn't have to worry about having to be unduly tight.
Yeah, and what a job in laddering from Henrik. Impressive stuff to get into the top 4 here.
Yeah, no, it's been a tremendous performance.
Schneider now with half the chips in play.
It's been a pretty high standard overall. I mean, Schneider has played the big stack very well. Jordi Van Engelen has also played his big stack very well. Hendrik has not put a foot wrong, and Jörni is very much the wild card, as you said. So it's interestingly poised now. The player who's probably the technically best player at the table, Hendrik, is the short stack. But certainly if he gets a bit of luck and doubles up, it'll be game on.
Great flop for Henrik here.
Flop here. Yeah. Top pair, open-ender. I think you just want to put in probably one big blind here. Start building the pot. Maybe he's going a bit bigger.
Looks like he's choosing 2, or maybe 1.5.
Or yeah, in fact, yeah, less than 2. That gets the call
And a
from the
fruit
king
from
10.
Schneider here, which is very brave given the stack to pot ratio.
Yeah,
Love a check
he's
here from
handled
Henrik.
the best a lot of the time, king 10, and he did have backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, so he obviously felt he had enough. It's like he had like a patchwork quilt of equity there, a small amount of showdown equity, having the best hand. King or 10 could make him the best hand, obviously, and then the backdoors.
If you're Henrik here, I have to say I kind of like the idea of a check here, throw out a little bit of rope to my opponent.
Or maybe a very small bet to make it look like an advanced blocker.
Yes, I like that even more, perhaps. Well, he piled them together like he was going to make it an all-in move. Now, one wonders if he is running through the possibilities of a check or indeed an advanced blocker. Like you said, he does go with all of it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason he's doing that is there's a lot of draws there, and he wants to get value from them right now, before they get devalued on the river. But Martin was very much at the bottom of his range there, so he had no decision.
Blind v blind here now, 12 bigs.
Without ICM, this would normally be a limp. You pretty much limp all your decent suited hands. With ICM, maybe you just shove it. Particularly against the wild man, like if you limp, he's going to pounce on it a lot. So
yeah,
I think given he's still the shortest, you can just shove this hand. Yeah, I like
Indeed
this.
he
This is a good move. Because the 10-2 would probably shoving over a limp and calling if he made a small raise. So this way he gets to win the pot right now. with a hand like that, like you get lots of technically better hands like 10 high to fold. But even if you get called, most of the time you'll have 40% equity roughly. So that's what makes the shove profitable.
One feature I absolutely love about these final tables at Kings is the card shuffler. Dealer is immediately ready with the next hand.
Yeah,
Always
they're
fun.
great. See those in Vegas. Easy fold there with the 9-8. You've got 2 players to get through.
Another almost tempter for Hendrik Luckdijk of the Offaly Block
Yeah,
Dykes.
he's 14 big blinds now, so it feels a bit too much to shove, but you can definitely open this. It's the kind of hand that if you get shoved on, you're not giving away too much equity by folding it. Yeah, he's going to go for the min raise here. Yeah, I pretty much love all of his decisions. He just seems to be playing. He's very dialed in.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. He's going to be min-clicked by Heike.
Yeah, he's made the 5 with the 8-7. I mean, this will get the job done unless you just think Yuri's so naughty that you should go with your king 8.
Heike just strikes me as a man who just looks at the action and goes, spot. Oh, that's a spot.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another spot.
It's very old. It's an old school spot player. Yeah, everything is. If I put in a bet here, I'd get a lot of folds.
And given the reputation, is it possible Blockdyke is considering a flat here?
You can also flat, yeah, because again, when you're this shallow, you just you can take the view that if you flop equity, you'll just go with it. But in the end, yeah, I think the fold is the correct decision, even though we can see the cards and we know that it's Yuri. But nevertheless, another good decision from Hendrik. And another good pickup from Yuri, benefiting from his unorthodox aggression.
Yeah, it really goes to show there's room in poker for all sorts of styles and strategies, and Yuri making it very clear that, you know, you called it sort of old school aggression there, Dara, spot picking, just sort of rampant aggression at times. Really has been, you know, with a very wild hand selection, different bet sizes, clicks, some big shoves. We've seen it all.
Yeah.
Very early on this final table, while there was still 8 left, one of the players opened ace queen under the gun off a stack of about 25 bigs, and it got round to Erie on the button, or maybe he was in the small blind, it was one or the other, and he just shoved the king 7 suited for like 30 bigs effective.
Yeah, I mean, these plays work until they don't, basically.
You got the fold.
Yeah, they'll work a lot.
Well, Hendrik Luckdijk has edge passed so many shovable ones blind v blind against Yuri over the course of the last 3 hours. He's finally got one he's not willing to pass, and it gets the job done against the 4 high. Luckdijk back to 1.8 million, back to 15 big blinds.
While we're here, shout out to former Chip Race newsman, and indeed on the latest episode of the Chip Race, benefiting from some Chip Race run good in London yesterday. Ian took down a side event, I believe, for 18,000.
Ian who?
Ian Simpson.
Oh, I remember him.
Look at this. Schneider has got so many big hands. This is incredible. You've seen him get all the big hands. Now, is anybody going to get coolered behind?
He's 3x, Dara.
This
3x.
Oh, he's 3x'd. Okay.
He's 3x'd. Interesting for Schneider.
Yeah, I mean,
I think had it been a middle age, he absolutely would have got a customer here.
Yeah. Hendrik has 14.5 big blinds. This is the kind of hand that you would shove over a loose chip leader. He might still do it anyway because with the extra money. No, he finds the fold there. Yeah, I think the size there probably cost him his customer. It's the first time he's used that size, and usually when older school players do that, it's not the 6-4 suited, it's the aces or the kings.
Yeah, curious decision there, I have to say. I think that was a little bit odd, actually. You've got the image set up perfectly as someone who's using the chip lead in situation to attack, and you've got some very loose and wild, capable players behind.
Yeah. As someone who plays a lot of seniors tournaments, you do see that a lot in the seniors. The seniors will suddenly open bigger, and it's pretty much always aces. And it's because of the pain of having aces cracked. They don't want to endure that, so they, in inverted commas, charge you to crack their aces.
Well, one good overbet deserves another. Yuri Heitke, straight away. If you think your 375 was good, here's my 400 with jacks.
Yeah, I see your 375 and make it 400. Yeah, jacks is the other type of hand that you see that with, because you know jacks are hard to play, and yeah, we're definitely seeing some old school poker the last couple of hands.
As we zoom out for a moment to have a look at the distribution, Schneider 57 big blinds, 6.8 million of the 15 million in play. Georgi Engelin 3.5 million, Heitke 3.4 million, so they're pretty much neck and neck. And then of course Irish hometown hero Luke pulling up the rear, but what a performance from him to get into the top four, giving his stack position at the start of the day. Oh, and I feel like Schneider's going to play this.
Yeah, very playable hand. Like the flat as well. It's a very playable hand, and it defines itself on the flop. If you miss completely, you can just fold. It's almost a complete miss, but he does have backdoors and king high, which will be the best hand against Yuri quite a lot. Okay, he's kind of got a patchwork quilt of equity here. Bit of have the best hand right now, bit of backdoors. Wow, a lead here. This is yeah, the two most unorthodox players at the table are going at it here.
Yeah, I feel like there's a random number generator.
Yeah, there is a little bit of theoretical, I guess, soundness because he's the chip leader. He gets to do a lot more leading because of ICM. But yeah, that was fairly unorthodox. Mark picks up another playable hand on the button, King 10. He's really been card racking it the last passage of play.
Yeah, he has a keen eye on when to shift gears. I noticed that earlier on as well. When we went to the blinds basically went up and it put a lot of players into the 15 to 20 zone, and immediately when he recognized that they were bunched together, he stepped up, opening pretty much certainly any two kind of suited cards from middle position onwards, and did sort of just over the course of maybe 2 orbits got at least 6 or 7 blind steals through when he was likely to get the blind steals through. And I think he recognizes again once more that ICM is creeping in as he's pulled away from the others, and Blockdyke shown himself willing to be a cockroach and therefore a spoiler for the other two larger stacks. It's an opportunity for him to maybe loosen up. Quick walk there for England. Something we haven't seen too much of at this final table, such as the aggression levels. A reminder to anyone tuning in late, because it's sort of work time, maybe you're knocking off work time all across Europe now, tuning in for a bit of poker. You are watching four-handed play at the Unibet Deepstack Open. My name is David Lappin. I am on commentary with my fellow chip race host and fellow Unibet ambassador Darrow Carney. We will be taking you through till we crown a champion here, someone who can lift aloft the WWE style Unibet DSO belt. The Unibet Deepstack Open is taking no break, no breather whatsoever. We'll be going straight from Rosvadov over to Malta for the Malta Poker Festival next week. So still time to hop on a plane if anyone fancies a bit of poker at this buy-in level. As we see a battle of the blinds here, Jordy England limped in here with the 10-8 off. Pretty reasonable, and has now going to face a raise here. Martin Schneider. Again, like you said, Darry, he has it a lot.
So are you going to be playing much of the stuff in Malta, David?
Yeah, I think I'll play the Hendon Mob. There's a Hendon Mob Championship event as part of the festival. The main event, of course, I'll play at least a few bullets, or be willing to fire at least a few bullets in that one if necessary. And the High Roller on Saturday as well. Saturday evening is the High Roller, which, it's all kind of much more low to medium stakes at this festival. So the High Roller is just a 1K. Main event is a 550, and then most of the side events range between 100 and 300. Probably not going to play too many of the turbo nightly stuff, maybe one or two of those if I have a chance, but definitely going to play all the bigger stuff. So we see a battle of two very legit hands here already, 1.1 million in the pot. Schneider with top, and Yuri Heitke unlikely to go anywhere here with pocket tens, facing just one overcard. Question is, will he fire a continuation bet of his own? And if and when he does, will Schneider bop it up? So again, a kind of a mash of the half pot button from Yuri. If you're Schneider here, Dara, do you set the trap one more time here with a flat call, leaving a stack to pot ratio of 1, or do you raise it?
I think against the wall man, you're more likely to just play passively and let him keep barreling off.
I like it.
I think Yuri would bet a lot of hand
here from Schneider.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, it's difficult to explain what's going on here. I think I would have let Yuri barrel for sure. I was about to say, like, Yuri will bet a lot of hands that other players wouldn't bet. He's what we call a betting station. He's not a calling station. He just likes to bet.
Yeah, like, while we can't ignore all the crazy dynamics of the past few hours, taken as a hand in a vacuum right now, you can't really fold in Yuri's seat. It's too likely that your opponent has some kind of combo
he could
draw.
be doing this with a draw, trying to get to the river cheaply.
What a spot here
you
for
have to call
bluff
it as
dike.
one bet and then just evaluate river.
Wow, look at that, Dara.
Wow, that is remarkable.
And he gets shown the winner. Absolute soul read there from Yuri Heitke. In fairness to him, you know, not a one-trick pony there. You call him a betting station. He's certainly been that, and one wonders had, you know, he'd been checked in that spot, what would have happened. But you know, capable of an unorthodox play in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, you get that a lot with the betting stations. They basically keep betting until they face aggression, and then they actually fold quite a lot. And there is a certain logic in that, because when you have that sort of image, people tend not to bluff into you as much. So if they do start betting, they show huge. It's actually a bigger sign of strength than normal.
As we take a quick glance at the leaderboard there, don't know if you caught that, Dara, but like Martin Schneider up to 9 million, almost 60% of the chips in play. What a dream spot for him to just force a race for seconds of these three guys who are all similarly stacked now.
Yeah.
Oh, Heitke might just take this spot, Dara. He's now roughly got the same stack as Bluck Dyke. He's not much ahead of him, I don't think, maybe by a blind or two.
Yeah.
And he might just be looking at the King 10 going, I think you're opening any two here, Martin.
Yeah, I think he's going to play this type of stack very differently from Hendrik. He's likely just to take the first spot that comes along, and this is it.
So he just makes the call here of a quite a large bet now. It was a more than 3x open.
Yeah.
So again, confusing stuff. Schneider's now flop best on the King 8, gets the job done. Heitke leaks 3.5 more big blinds.
Yeah,
but it's
you'll often
funky,
see
these
that with
big opens.
Yeah, you'll often see that with players like Yuri Heitke. They can lose the stack fairly quickly. Just a lot of small cuts like that. The last pot he lost a decent chunk. Now he's lost another few blinds.
Well, what was your line from earlier, Dara? Everything's coming up Schneider?
Yeah.
It certainly is. We've now more than crossed the 100 hand mark for this final table. One wonders if it might be a fairly quick affair from here on out, given the huge chip stack now of Martin Schneider, coming upon 10 million of the 15 in play. The ever-patient Hendrik Bluckdijk, well, he may have found a spot finally, but again, a 3x, so it's so awkward.
Yeah. Yeah, the 3x now isn't clearly related to his hand strength anymore. It's just related to the stacks behind. So it does, but Hendrik seems to be willing to play the waiting game. It's very likely that Yuri will get it in fairly soon.
Yes, exactly, Dara. I feel like Henrik almost looks at it and goes, okay, I've got 10 bigs, but he's got 14, but he's leaking them faster than me.
Yeah. Yeah, Yuri's all in. As predicted, it didn't take too long for Yuri to find a hand he was willing to go with. Perfectly legitimate hand, obviously, 11 big blinds on the button. A6 suited is a tempter, but he has the big blind, who's the chip leader behind, to worry about as well. King
Yeah, I feel like
is
you
a
need
tempter,
the
but
ace or ace 9 suited there.
yeah. King 9's a tempter, but not. Even against Yuri, that's not a call.
Very little chat at this table, even when there were more players at it, must be said.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit now, but these guys are all business. So you see Schneider up to 62% of the chips in play. He's looking good for the lion's share of this payout there. 31k up top, 21k for second, 15k for third, and 12k for fourth. Lines will be going up again in the not too distant future. That's really going to put pressure on Heidke and Blukdijk, or Blukdijk.
Yuri all in again. The advantage of being as willing to take the spots as he is that he can get himself back up now fairly quickly, so long as he doesn't run into something.
And a snap all in. Blukdijk with the king 5 suited against the queen 8 offsuit of Yuri Heidke. Something approaching a fair contest between the two short stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little split screen here for the all in.
And yeah, the percentages didn't change much there on the flop, because Yuri picks up a gut shot, and now he's got 2 gut shots, and so they still don't change all that much. Henrik a favourite, but not massively so. Oh, and there it is.
There it is for Heidke.
Cruel end.
Well, he played so well. Take a blow. Henry Luckdyke. Back to Ireland he will go with his head
Apparently he actually lives
held
in
high.
Holland.
Bit of a Dara O'Kearney masterclass in survival over the course of that 3.5, 4 hour final table. Just one more flip, just one more, and he might have been in the mix to take this one down. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Fortune favoured the brave in that case. Heike gets the elimination.
So now Martin with a commanding chip lead up against two players who, under normal circumstances, might be eyeing second, but Yuri definitely doesn't play like that.
No. But again, the large open size, 435, so 3.5x open here from Schneider with the just 7, 8.
He's basically taking the flats out of the equation, or at least he should do. But yeah, like Yuri would have flatted almost anything there normally, but not against that size. Yuri's just moved all in for 24 big blinds. And this will get through.
What's next for you, Dara, on the live poker circuit? Obviously, you have an involvement there as strategy guru or Padawan or Jedi, or I can't remember your exact title, but with the Irish Poker Tour.
Yeah, the Irish Poker Tour has a big event this week in Dublin, in the Green Isle Hotel, the Monster. It's a new festival on the calendar, kicking off with a mystery bounty, boasts a 150 buy-in main event with a 150k guarantee, so very aggressive guarantee. Wow. Potentially huge payday for one or more players for a very modest buy-in. So that's starting on Thursday, so that'll be the end of my week.
Yeah, those kind of tournaments really are the stuff that dreams are made of for the pub players, the recreational players, the you know, just people who are playing off maybe a smaller budget, either online or live, to take a shot in something like that. And yeah, like the top three in that, I'm imagining going to get quite the big payday compared to the 150 buy-in.
Yeah, there's a real live poker boom in Ireland at the moment, and it has to be said, it's mostly being fueled by the Irish Poker Tour, which has been a massive success since it relaunched last year. And they've been going all over the country. I mean, there was an event in Claremorris at the weekend. It's not just Dublin based, going all around, getting people getting a lot of new players in, and they've just announced 4 young team pros as well. So the tour is really building up at the moment.
Yeah, poker getting so big again in Ireland. Obviously, always been a hotbed within Europe. Probably the first country in Europe to really grab onto Texas Hold'em in a big way. Obviously, the UK and the Dutch followed not too far behind, but great tradition of poker in Ireland going back a long, long time. And even more evidence of that in the new tour, the Action Poker Tour, Darrow, which I know obviously our good friend Jason Tompkins is at the helm for that.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, and another new tour on the scene. So there's no shortage of live poker. There's pretty much everything. It's pretty much something every weekend now in Ireland.
That's
I
amazing.
like a comment on the Twitch chat from Jan Kev87 says Heike refusing to play post flop from now on. It does feel like that. Just stick it in pre-flop.
Well, battle of the bottom pairs here. Looks like in a very peculiar turn of events, Schneider is going to bet his. And does make life a bit difficult for this exact hand again. Jordi Engelin can't be loving life with bottom pair.
No.
Good kicker. Certainly
And
can't be
it's
putting a king 2 in Schneider's range to fire that
almost
barrel.
quarter of his stack. Yeah, almost quarter of his stack as well. To make the call and possibly facing another bet on the river. It's one of those spots where you're kind of, in many ways, you're more worried about the river bet that's potentially coming than the immediate bet you're facing.
Yeah. Do you remember about a decade or more ago, Dara, there was a story of the then very young Annette Oberstadt playing without looking at her cards and just, using leverage sizings and probe bets and, using board textures and her opponent's perceived range against them to go all the way and win a 180 man on PokerStars, I think it was back in the day. I almost feel like Schneider's doing the same thing. I feel like his cards are irrelevant and he's just pushing people around with board textures that suit, his gameplay here.
Yeah, but that's kind of the way the chip leader is supposed to play anyway. You just get people have to fold so much more to your bets, so you should just bet more. But it's an interesting contrast between his two opponents. Jordi is sort of like very technically astute and also ICM aware, but Yuri is the exact opposite. Yuri is just looking to get it in pre-flop.
Yeah, and Yuri has just mashed his way back to 4.5 million now. Like, it wasn't long ago he was back down in the doldrums to 1.1.
Yeah.
When you play fearlessly like this man does, it's it can swing back quite quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes you see live betting on final tables, and when you have a player like Yuri, often he'll be one of the favourites to win the tournament, but he'll also be one of the favourites to be the next one out.
Yeah.
It's kind of that swashbuckling, live by the sword, die by the sword style.
Indeed. We mentioned our live poker in Ireland, of course. That's not the only... What are we witnessing? 7-4 off.
7-4. Wow.
All right.
This is...
Lucky not to wake up with anything. Well, we're watching some off the hook poker now. Darren, my question, I know you're going to do a reasonably long kind of, maybe not too long, but sort of the length of time you've decided is optimal for the World Series, roughly a month in June and July.
Yeah, I'll get there in time for the seniors, and I'll stay there till the end. So that's just over 4 weeks. It's obviously the time of year when you start thinking about Vegas, and looking forward to it. He's just mashed. Yeah, he's just mashing the all-in button now.
And that's into the big stack as well.
Yeah. This time he's going to show because he had a hand.
This is around about the time where people start going, have they done a deal? Did they do it? They haven't taken a step off the table, so they definitely haven't.
No. I mean, the other two are playing more normally.
Normal?
I'd say.
Yeah. Well, pocket sevens have made their way around to Jordi now. A shove from him would be a bit more reasonable with just 17 bigs. Indeed it is. Schneider not going to get involved with 10-6, but there's probably a wide range of hands that will find a call. 8-5, I assume not one of them. You never do know. Yeah, why not get a count?
Yeah. It's oh yeah, sure, it's only 18 big blinds, but he gets away on this occasion.
Dealer quickly spits out another hand there. As we see, Schneider has been dragged back. He was almost at 10 million now. He's at 8.3. No need for panic, of course, but the man in the ascendancy is that man there, Heike, who now decides to give a walk to England. So 7-4 off was good, but 7-6 not so much.
Yeah, there's just a certain randomness to his play now. He shoved 7-4, but he let 7-6 go.
Yep. No thought to limp or anything either.
No, I don't think he wants to play post flop. That's I think he's smarting a bit maybe about having to fold 10s. Probably just shoving this given his... Although he is up to 40 big blind. Just folding this on the button. Okay, I have no idea what's going on there.
I've lost the plot here as well, Dara. Hang on, I think we... Can someone send us a script? Neither commentator
he's just happy with his stack now. I think he's kind of pushed his way back to where he was before, so maybe that's what's going on here. He's just kind of chilling now because he's got his stack back.
Well, an unbelievable 6 cents there as Django's are in the big blind. And again, just a shove from Schneider.
Yeah, I would have liked just a normal raise there and try and induce a light shove.
Yeah, and definitely could have got one from the King 4 of clubs won things.
Yeah, it's exactly the type of hand you would if you were going to... Yeah, Schneider's problem is like he just plays his big hand very, very fast, straightforward, so it's less likely he's going to get the light moves as a result. But you already can't be enjoying life now, caught between these two.
No.
Probably just going to fold this. Yeah, King 8 maybe is the bottom of the range there.
Well, a limp and just a check back from Heike with the ace 9. So disguised.
Yeah, he's basically turned into a different player since he got over the 4 million mark, and now he's actually quite conservative.
Yeah, it's like he battered his way back into a spot where now he's thinking about the ICM.
Yeah, or else he's just happy with his stack. Again, just, wow. Quick fold, no thought of calling there with the ace high. If you are watching us on YouTube, we're on both YouTube and Twitch. If you could mash the like button, it helps get the word out. While
Schneider with a very legit ace-jack here on the button.
Yeah. I think he recognises too that Yuri's playing differently now, so he can up the aggression again. I think he already has a fairly simple reshove here.
Yeah, these two hands are definitely getting in, aren't they, Dara?
Yeah, 5s plays very badly after the flop. Like, you don't really want to just call this shallow, so yeah, you just stick and Martin will call fairly quickly, and we're going to have a flip. Very important flip. If Martin loses this, it'll level up the stacks. But if he wins it,
moment in the context of this tournament.
Yeah, this is huge now. Either the stacks are going back to level, or Martin's getting heads up with a 2-1 chip lead.
Deep breaths here as our crucial showdown between Jordi and Martin. Well, so far so good for Jordi doing a hold.
Yeah, some backdoors
Backdoor
for
hearts.
Martin with the hearts, but now nothing. He does need an ace or a jack, or the stacks are going back to level, and that'll be very interesting if that happens. And that's what's going to happen. They're all in or around the 4 million mark now, I think.
Yeah, England with 4.5 million, Erie with 4.5 million and Schneider down to 6.5 million. Like you said,
Yeah,
Dara,
sorry, I thought
what
Schneider
looked
was
for a while like a kind of a raffle stomp for Martin, just pushing the guys around, has now turned into a real contest.
Yeah. Relatively deep as well, so there's going to be play as well. Like, it seems like Yuri likes being relatively short where he can just shove, but he's not as comfortable with this sort of stack size. It's also interesting to see how Martin reacts now. The final table has been going really well for him so far, or at least the last session of play. Now he's kind of been dragged back.
Just like a quick double check on the stats to make sure we've got that double up correct.
Your microphone has problems again, David. So while David tries to fix his microphone, we will continue here. Stacks are levelish now. Martin's still the chip leader, but not overwhelmingly so anymore. You're already on the button of the 10-5 suited. You don't really want to open that into the wild man's big blind. Martin with the queen 9. You can definitely just limp this, and that's what he's going to do. And Yuri just seems to have hit the off button recently. He's not being as aggressive as he was. So gut shot against middle pair. Martin has some showdown with the queen 9, so he might go for the check call route here. Doesn't have a diamond. He'd prefer to have a diamond, but he has an immediate gut shot on 8-7 would make a straight as well. So, and the queen high will be good sometimes. Martin did hit the 8-7 to make the straight.
Yeah, and Heike gets away.
I think your microphone's okay now, David.
Excellent. Nothing like hitting that refresh button. It would be remiss of us, Dara, not to include a chip race plug in here. I have to say I was very excited by the lineup this week with Conor Beresford at the top, Monia, Monica Zukovic as well.
Yeah, very good lineup. We were chasing Conor for a long time to get him to come on the show.
Yeah, Conor definitely a bit of a shy guy, but you know, you can only say no so many times, I guess.
Apparently you cornered him when he was drunk at the Irish Open and got him to say yes. So.
These are absolutely filthy rumours, which also happen to be true.
Yeah.
We also had the great pleasure of Mike Wasserman and Brian Paris for the lead-off segment on that show, Dara. And it's fair to say a lot of overlap with their new course that they've just released, with, I suppose, a lot of core material in your study, in your books, in your coaching as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the way the game has moved in recent years. Is people are using the solvers now, not so much necessarily to play GTO, but just to investigate different types of plays that you can make, how valid they are. If you think the population are going to do X, then what should you do to try and exploit them? Now, how's Jordy going to play from the small blind? It looks like he's going with a limp only strategy, knowing that Martin will just let him know if he has a big hand or not. King Jack suited is definitely strong enough to limp call. But against Martin, you'll feel less happy about the play than against somebody who, would be raising stuff like 8-3 off as well for balance. Martin only seems to be raising the stronger stuff. But
yeah, and a big sizing, which does reduce the stack to pot ratio awkwardly too.
Yeah, this is the sizing makes this tricky now. You've been asked to put in 10% of your stack, but King Jack suited is so big, blind on blind.
Well, proceeding as expected so far, the limp call with the King Jack suited. Definitely some boards where both of these hands connect, so we could be in for a big one here.
Yeah, he's got the gut shot and the King High. The King High won't be as good as it would be against more normal players. Martin decides to check behind with his showdown, the Ace High. Now, Jordy's picked up a flush draw as well as his gut shot.
Yeah, interesting, because his equity is kind of in a multiplicity of places, as you mentioned before, in another hand, where the King High could be good, but probably isn't. But the gutter and flush draw combo is interesting and maybe worth representing. Could get some weak Ace X to fold.
Yeah, again, like Martin's style is relatively straightforward. He just bets when he has it. So the fact that he checked back, his range probably isn't as protected as a lot of players would be. So Jordy's picked up on that now and trying out a fairly big bet to try and get him to fold an Ace High, and it's going to work. But then even if you get called up, there's a lot of ways you can hit the river.
Yeah, very nicely executed. You have to say, I do feel like Jordy might be our favourite now. He mightn't have the chip lead yet, but he does seem to be the player who shows the most nuance, and in the long run that probably will count for
I think he's definitely technically the best player left. And he basically recognised the spot there that Martin essentially had capped his range by not betting the flop. Martin made it fairly obvious he was trying to get to showdown, and he thwarted that ambition.
Look at this lead out from Yuri with the no equity hand.
Yeah, Yuri is definitely a man who changes gears. He went back into his shell for a while, but now he's drifted back to being the shortest stack. That might be the time for him to up the aggression again.
Martin's turn out to have the King Jack.
Yeah, King Jack suited. Very nice hand. Can definitely defend this. 10-7 suited. All the suited, vaguely connected hands, even with ICM, you can defend them because they flop equity quite a lot.
Some backdoors for Jordi.
Yeah, and
Some
also
backdoors for Martin.
Yeah, it's a board which hits his range better. Big bet from Martin though, so
Yeah, it's always these bigger sizings kind of, immediately take us away from the sort of the game tree we'd expect, which is maybe a small bet and sometimes a raise from Jordi, but against the big bet, he just doesn't have that move in him.
yeah, on the 9 high board, the big bet does make some sense, but an interesting one for sure. Looks like they're going.
Well, on that note, we are still three-handed here at the Unibet Deepstack Open. We take a quick look at the updated chip counts there. Martin Schneider, 46% of the chips, 7 million, but he's been pulled right back from his peak of around 10 million. Jordi Engelin is now the man in the ascendancy. He's up to 4.3 million. And as Dara pointed out there, Jiri Heike, who's been a bit of a two-faced sort of player. Sometimes we see the Jekyll, sometimes we see the Hyde. He's been rampantly aggressive at times and then sometimes shuts down in other spots that we're not so sure about. So they are our three competitors, all very much still in the mix, fighting for 31k up top. We're going on a 15-minute break. Myself and Darryl will be back shortly. Do join us then.
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how do you...
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight, it's about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm going to eat at midnight, right? That's going to be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day before noon. So like, if you do earlier, it's even better. Anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically, the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then, when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like, this is true in the animal world too. Like, when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time.
Yeah.
You then got on the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like, when I had breakfast, when I had dinner breakfast at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast because I hadn't eaten, right? So your body's like,
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. It's not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. It's the real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning. Don't eat.
Okay.
Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating 4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're going to stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events, though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up, because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn,
Yeah. No, for me, because also, I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
Huge prize pools and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun.
Yeah.
And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot until people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go Tour, yeah.
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see that.
the selfie stick. That was a 250K. And it was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet. Whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit. And
yeah.
I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
Max Hansen was his real name. One like an EPT.
Oh yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats,
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the 7?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus Orpaz? What would
Adams just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Doesn't outs all in. And
Can I just have a confirm account?
It's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to Ace Jack, King Jack.
Jack.
Does make the call. Jack, no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50K Diamond High Roller.
GG, man.
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack?
Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them the Kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
A very warm welcome back to King's Casino in Rosvedov, the location of the UDSO, that's Unibet Deepstack Open main event. We are down to 3 players. My name is David Lappin. I am a Unibet poker ambassador, and I am joined by my fellow Unibet poker ambassador, Dara O'Carney, as we will be taking you through 3-handed play now. Jordy Englund, the only man to take a seat so far. The other 2 guys, I'm sure, just off stage. He seems keen as mustard. He is the man in the ascendancy, so why wouldn't he be? 27 big blinds, but definitely the wind at his back. commented on by Dara and I. Seems like the player with maybe just a little more deftness, a little more nuance, and maybe the man who will take down this big one. For a long time, it looked as though Martin Schneider would be that man. It still could be. He's got 7 million in chips, almost half the chips in play. Definitely hard to not go with the chip leader in a situation like that. But he's definitely been pulled back a little bit over the course of the last half hour or so. He was up around the 10 million mark at the beginning of the last level. And then, of course, our unknown quantity, our bull in the china shop, Yuri Heitka, well, he has played an interesting brand of poker, some wildly aggressive moves, some counter flow plays, some unorthodox stuff, which has left us betwixt and bewildered and bemused and confused, but it's been entertaining stuff nonetheless. And certainly when it comes to a game of street poker between Martin and Yuri, they both have some moves, and yeah, who knows, it could be any one of these three players.
Yeah, it's nicely poised now.
And while these guys wait for, I think it's Martin who's off stage, I'm definitely not going to eat a mini Mars bar right now, Dara. That's definitely not what I'm pulling out of its wrapper. And
yeah, and I'm definitely not muting my microphone to eat a toasted sandwich.
Toasted sandwich definitely going to give more of a crunch, I would have thought, on the mic. Straight away, Yuri Heitka, a very playable King 10 off here. Big factor in the new, and it's not really new anymore, but big blind ante game is that the full ante stays in play, really does change things up a bit short-handed. Certainly heads up as well.
Yeah, 2.5 big blinds out there every hand, basically. Split over 3 players, so. So let's see which version of Yuri is coming out. He has taken the aggressive option, but he's not shoving.
Yeah, so a bloated pot already, 1.14 million as the 3x gets called here by Martin with the Jack 9-0. Queen 6-6, 2 diamonds. Both players have missed. So one would assume Yuri would win from here, but obviously that means Martin's going to lead out. And indeed he does. I think I'm starting to predict their unpredictable play.
Yeah, he does like his lead,
Schneider
for sure.
Get Solver out.
Yeah, it's a good play against Yuri too, because while Yuri is very aggressive, when the other player has the betting lead, he tends to be a bit more straightforward.
Complete now from Martin. I'm really happy to knuckle back to 7-4, so battle of some raggedy cards now. Oh, but we have an interesting board. Martin bottom pair. Yuri bottom pair with a gutter. Tough one to navigate from Martin's point of view here. While you do have bottom pair bad kicker, and usually with any pair you'd stick around here, it's just very hard to continue in a way that's profitable. I guess for the first 300k you're happy enough, but tough spot already.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a call one spot.
And yeah, I think they both have exactly that. So kickers won't play.
You might be thinking of turning his hand into a bluff now. King hits his range better.
Really interesting bet here from
Yeah, he's turning his hand into a bluff here, recognizing the king is better for his range, but it's not going to get the job done. Yeah, he knows once he's called, he's beaten. So he was definitely bluffing there.
Well, no, it's a chop.
Or chop, rather. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But yes, no, indeed, it was an interesting one, all right.
Obviously very happy to chop there. I think he actually thought he was beaten.
Cocktail hour at Kings. The blind's up at 81.60. We've got roughly 90 big blinds in play. Wouldn't be unusual to end it in this level, but probably more likely going to have a little bit more poker here on average. Maybe another hour or so. Who knows? We might be burning the midnight oil yet, Dara. Might need a second cheese toasty.
Yeah. Yeah, normally it would end this level or next level, but sometimes you see these things get really, really shallow. It depends on who gets heads up and what their style is.
Yeah, well, it feels as though a Martin Yordi could be a little bit more nuanced. A Martin Erie heads up could be 3x, 9x all in call straight away.
Yeah.
See now if Schneider decides to take the aggressive route with this King 10 suited. Could definitely go either way. Looks like he has bumped it up to roughly a 3x. Like you said there earlier, Dar, this big bet style, very effective for taking down blinds and antes, preventing flops. But, you know, it just takes one situation where you run into it.
Yeah.
I think we've all been there in poker tournaments late on where, you know, the player who does like to overbet and bet 3x and 4x pre, you know, if you do get up against the guy and he's and you just don't wake up with any hands for a couple of orbits, it can be quite destructive to your stack. And you do feel a bit helpless.
Yeah,
like, I'm a better player than this guy, but I just can't do anything against him.
Yeah, but effectively what it does is it makes the stack shallower because there's more of the stack has to go in pre-flop, and therefore you kind of need, if you fold as you're supposed to, obviously, to the bigger size, but if you don't pick up anything to play against, you'll blind down fairly quickly.
Legit hand here for Heidke.
He's gone back to the all-in style.
Nice hand here for Jordy.
Yeah, he should be opening this one for sure, but he very different style. Like Yuri would probably just shove this hand, but Yuri's going to open it. Yuri will defend. They both miss. Jordy has some backdoors going on. Normally this is a continuation bet, yeah. You might check back some ace highs, but with the queen high, you benefit more from folds. Yeah. And he has lots of backdoors, but big brick of a turn. Hasn't turned any equity, but you do have to find some hands that continue here. You can't just, you have so few hands that improve on the 2. But he probably reckons he has.
Do they both just have enough showdown now?
Yeah, I think they both think they have enough showdown. Yeah.
Like even Jordy's beaten the 10-8s and 10-jacks and 6-8s.
Yeah, yeah, all the gut shots. Yeah, there's a decent amount of jack highs and 10 highs in Yuri's range, so Jordy decides he has enough showdown with queen 10.
As we have a little reminder of how we've got to here, Belint, Warner, Klimo, Druska, Taborski and Blukdijk all succumbing ultimately. Making way for England, Heidke and Schneider now. All guaranteed at least 14,700 euros, playing, of course, for that 31k up top. Not too steep a structure, must be said, Dara. Kind of a gentle enough payout structure.
Yeah, it's not that top heavy, really. Which actually makes the ICM more extreme because it becomes you're more incentivized to lock up the next pay jump rather than playing for the win.
Yeah, probably the most incorrectly commentated upon, even by a lot of professional commentators I've noticed down the years. That exact point, Dara, where a false presumption that high ICM comes from big ladder jumps, whereas in fact, actually, that's reduces the ICM.
Yeah, like if this was a satellite and there were only 2 seats, that would be the most extreme ICM, but the pay jump from first to second would be nothing then, so the less top heavy it is, the more extreme the ICM.
And why do you think that misapprehension exists so much, even in the realm of good players and good commentators? I've heard it just so often over the years, like almost half the time I think that exact point is gotten wrong.
Yeah, I think people focus on the pay jump, and they think if the pay jump is big, it becomes important. It's sort of a misconception that ICM is all about laddering, but it really isn't. It's about what is your equity right now compared to what it would be if you bust, and that's what drives the ICM. And people think, okay, well, if the pay jumps are very big, then you're very heavily incentivized to ladder, and that makes the ICM big. And if the pay jumps are small, that means the ICM isn't very important. But as we said, it's actually the exact opposite.
Well, a very interesting card here. 2 of spades on the turn gives Schneider a good shot and a flush draw.
Yeah, he decided not to bet it.
Yeah, decided not to bet it when he had a decent semi-bluff, and now betting it with, you know, an ace high, which doesn't make a huge amount of sense, I feel.
Yeah, I don't understand what this bet is, really, to be honest. It's not a bluff.
No.
And it's not a value bet.
Yeah, strange one.
Like, yeah. I think Yuri's style is kind of almost unconsciously exploiting Martin. Because Martin is firing at these bets that don't make a lot of sense, and Yuri's just calling.
Yeah, when you boil down to just like what is the purpose of this bet, I think that's at least the third time I've seen Martin make a bet that I wasn't quite sure what the objective was.
Yeah, I think it's almost the old school where my opponent is checking, so I'm going to bet. But you should always ask yourself, like, what does the bet achieve? Like, the two things a bet is trying to achieve, particularly in the river, is either to fold a better hand or to get called by a worse hand. And when you have ace high, I mean, it probably just achieves neither objective there. In earlier streets, there are other more nuanced reasons for betting, but on the river, that's pretty much what the decision is. Very much the Martin and Yuri show for now. Geordie is happy to take a backseat while these two guys go to war, and that kind of reminds me of when I started as an online player. I played sit and goes, 6-man sit and goes, where there were 2 prizes, and often you get 3-handed, so you're on the bubble. And the debate always was, should you be more aggressive and try and play for the win, or should you sit back and try and make sure of at least second place? And the answer was kind of like, it depends on what the other two guys are doing. If you've got 2 active players who are happy to get involved, then just sit back and you'll pretty much always get heads up. But if the 2 guys are being very, very passive, then you can benefit from being the aggressive player. At the moment, both Martin and Yuri look like they're happy to dance, so Geordie is kind of withdrawing and allowing them to do that.
Maybe lets this one go.
Geordie decides not to get involved with the 6-5. So yeah, his game plan is very much sort of like, just let the other 2 guys tangle, and hopefully one of them will bust the other one, and then we get heads up. But he has drifted back now, so he can't do that for too much longer. As you said, with the big blind ante, 2.5 big blinds out there every hand. Let's check. Yuri turns a pair. Fires out the bet. Martin lets it go. So even though these 2 guys are playing a lot of pots, they're mostly fairly small pots, and there's been no great movement in the stacks.
Yeah, as you said, they both seem content to play a sort of a tippy-tappy brand of poker against one another, while Geordie is still in the mix. Geordie, not that short, still very playable stack, but he is the one who needs to make a move. As we see Martin now with a real hand. Raised to 460, so roughly a 3x again. Geordie, ooh, he has a kind of a tempter 3-bet shove here. This is a bit tricky. This could be trouble, actually. It's certainly a callable one too, but it's the kind of hand you might shove with, Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a very tempting hand to shove. He'll be very unlucky if he shoves here and runs into it. He has been very, very patient, but down around the 16, 17 big blind zone now. Yeah, he's moved all in. You can't blame him at all for this, and he's run right into it. The one hand he really doesn't want to see.
No.
He'd rather see kings or queens than this hand.
Well, it's not a fair fight right now, but can the Jack 10 of clubs overcome the Jacks to keep Jordy England alive in this tournament? He has played tremendously well throughout this final table, but there's a danger that this is his swan song. Oh, and that is not pretty. Chop outs, maybe the best he can hope for now. The board can straighten somehow.
Yeah, or 10-10.
That is it.
No.
We lose Jordy England. Excellent performance by England.
Get heads up. Sorry, go on, Louis.
No, you're fine. No, he's guaranteed almost 15k for his weekend's work, England, as we leave Schneider and Erie together. Dara, who do you fancy?
It's very hard to say. I mean, these two guys, you couldn't really say anybody has a clear edge here. I did think Jordy was the best of the players technically, and I was kind of hoping he'd get heads up just so we'd have more of a contrast in styles. These two guys are kind of similar-ish. Maybe Erie's just a little bit wilder, but with 96 big blinds in play, normally this could go on quite a while, but it might not do.
Yeah. A little bit harsh of our graphics team to put Jordy down as 9th after he just got eliminated there, and to give the other guys all a boost. I think that's harsh, guys.
Yeah.
Very
he's
harsh.
Got 0% chips, but he's not out of the tournament yet. No chips.
We jest, of course. Heike, Schneider, 40 big blind game right now. These guys aren't shy about getting chips into the middle, so this could be a rapid fire affair. 30k up top.
Part of me is sad Jordy didn't get heads up because it would have been more contrast to style, but part of me is happy as well because these two guys could very well get it in within the next 5 hands and it would be over.
Indeed they could, and then we can go have a sandwich without having to mute our mics.
Exactly.
You know, a lot of people will say, you know, I'm here for the 31k up top, but I don't know. I've seen this DSO WWE style, you know, belt, and I think it's very appealing. People want to, you know, bring home one of those bad boys.
Yeah, you famously are not a great fan of trophies, but I guess you like your belts. You probably wear it everywhere as well, knowing you.
Yeah, I think I'd wear it as an accessory for sure.
Yeah, this is a normal belt.
Do you know whose name that we know very well is on that belt, Dara?
Andy Hills.
It is correct. There's another person I was thinking of though, but that is the right answer as well.
Okay. I don't know the other person.
Dara Davey is on that belt.
Oh, is he? Fair enough.
Dara Davey won the DSO here in Malta about 5 years ago.
Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember that.
So we see Schneider here contemplating an absolute float. Oh my goodness, look at this.
Yeah. Can't really fold a pair on this board. I mean, it's very hard to have hit this board. There's only 2 queens missing, and the 3 is one of the less likely cards.
Do you come in with a raise just to protect your hand a bit?
Okay, this is very unorthodox poker here, but he does get.
We're back to level.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Erie, when he does that and gets the 7-6 to fold, it's actually a pretty good result because 7-6 had a decent amount of equity. Yeah, back to level. In fact, Erie's slight chip leader now.
Well, he has been a wrecking ball, Algieri, at this final table. He's bounced around. He came into it. These were the two top stacks coming into the final table. Very different courses that they've fashioned. Martin pretty much stayed chip leader the whole way through. You know, got up to about 5 or 6 million, went back down to 4, got up to 10, went back down to 7, but has pretty much stayed in or around that kind of number. Yuri, on the other hand, started with 4, went down to 1, got back up to 3, went down to 1 again, and has now made his comeback all the way up to chip leader as it stands.
Yeah.
Oh, and there it is, Dara.
Belt. So does Dara Davy have one of those belts?
I think you get a replica one, and then the main one you get your name etched on. So it's like a perpetual trophy where your name goes on the, you know, one of the belt buckle things. At a certain point, they're going to need a bigger belt.
Yeah, yeah. What's Yuri going to do here? He's going to check back his jack high, see what happens on the turn. He hits the turn and pulls ahead. And they're again, strange bet from Martin.
Yeah, targeting a deuce. Very weird.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like he's just leaking chips in these spots where he's throwing out these bets that don't make a lot of sense.
And is that a fear of, like, I don't want to face a bet because I don't know what I'll do, so I'll just make one?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. I think some players as well, they just kind of get it into their head. Well, if my opponent isn't betting, then I should bet if I have something. But you know, that probably 10 years ago when people didn't check pairs, that was probably had some sort of legitimacy. But now people do kind of protect their checking ranges by, you know, doing what Yuri did there, checking a fairly weak pair. Okay, this big race from Yuri here. Martin's going to call. The pot's already very big now. If a king comes, this could be trouble for Martin.
$1.5 million in the middle. Everybody has whiffed, which means the ace-king almost certainly going to be still good here.
Yeah, this is what my friend Kevin Martin calls a baseball card flop. It's unlikely anybody's hit it. It might as well be baseball cards. Now, Yuri with the ace high and the nut flush draw and the lack of aggression from Martin. This bet does have some validity because it just folds out equity. Martin's river bets have been quite unorthodox, but Yuri's bet there makes sense with the flush draw and the ace high just folding out hands that have equity. So he's pulling clear now, Yuri.
What are the adjustments, Dara, now that the big blind ante is in play and heads up play? Does it obviously, you know, makes folding your button almost like not allowed, I would think?
Yeah, and you can't fold anything, and because you can't fold anything, therefore you're going to have to limp nearly all your weak hands. so you have to limp more strong hands as well, so that you're not just limping weak. So it basically should turn it into a more tippy-tappy game.
Well, these two hands could certainly get all in here, given the way these boys play. Like, you would certainly not think it in a normal situation, but given the styles and Yuri's propensities, King Jack does seem like a bit of a monster. Does let it go. Good fold from Martin.
Yeah.
I did wonder if a hand as pretty as King Jack there would just feel too strong against someone like Yuri, who admittedly in that occasion did have it, but on so many occasions won't. Oh, and King Jack suited now for Yuri. We can go straight to work with this one. Coming in with a really big open there, over 4x.
Yeah, this is pretty unorthodox. Like, in general, there should be more limping and small sizes because of the big blind empty, but Yuri has his own style of play. And again, a king could be trouble for Martin here.
Yeah, 1.5 million in the middle, stack to pot ratio of roughly 3. And we again get your baseball cards flop, Dara.
Yeah.
Both players maybe feeling like they have enough showdown. Don't know. Martin definitely has an opportunity to bet this one maybe, and he doesn't. He takes the showdown. Gets the bad news. And with that, Yuri now to 10.7 million. 2-1 chip lead. And it's been all one-way traffic.
Yeah. Heads up can go like that because it kind of comes down to who wins the hands. But as a general rule, the more aggressive player is more likely to win more of the pots. And with the big sizing that he's using, Yuri is making these pots quite meaningful even when they get checked down.
Yeah, I was going to say that given the relative styles, you know, if you were to win 4 or 5 small pots in a row, it's no big deal in these situations because, okay, maybe that'll be 10 or 15 bigs. But the way these guys play, 4 or 5 hands in a row could mean you're out.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it's more than a 2-1 chip lead now. And when you're making those 3-4x raises on the button, there's not as much play post flop. Looks like we have a rare unraised pot here.
We do have some connectivity there.
Yeah, he's going to bet his pair, Yuri. Martin will be hanging on with his nut gut shot. Backdoor flush draw. Can also make us.
Yeah, and crucially 2 overs to the second pair as well.
Yeah, and they both picked up bad flush draws. Well, Yuri's is quite respectable, I guess, but.
Can't really go for value here, Yuri, so probably going to bluff catch.
No.
And I was going to say,
Martin
it seems like a spot
so
where Martin maybe has to do a bit of bluffing, but...
Yeah, like he literally has the nut low there and he didn't bet it, and we've seen him essentially bluff with ace high in previous spots, so he probably needs to rethink his river bluffing strategy a little bit. If you get there with the nut low, and that's generally a good candidate to bet, whereas, you know, ace high, which actually has showdown itself, not so much.
Yeah. Did I tell you, Dara, a couple of nights ago we had an earthquake here in Malta? Quite a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5.6 on the Richter scale, bigger than the one we had in Vegas.
Oh, really? Wow. Didn't realise. When we had
The
in
room
Vegas
was shaking for about 45 seconds.
Yeah. And Malta's probably not as Oh, look at this.
Speaking
Oh,
of
is that
earthquakes,
enough?
Martin Schneider has just decided to make a very ballsy move here, and he's going to get snapped off.
Going to fold a suited ace.
Well, it could be all over in 1 minute's time. Yuri Heidke came into this final table second in chips. He's had a roller coaster ride up and down the chip stacks all day, but he has played some brave, bold poker at times. And who would say he didn't deserve it at this point? Absolutely dominant throughout this heads-up play. Martin Schneider with a, I would say, slightly wounded shove here with the Queen 4, maybe just feeling like he couldn't get anything right.
Yeah, I think he just felt he was being pushed around and he'd had enough. But, he can still get lucky.
Queen or a 4, or it's over. And that is it. We crown a champion. Nice to see the boys share a high five and a fist bump. We will have the presentation of that. Desperately sought after Unibet DSO belt now. I hope any moment. I hope we get to see that presentation. Love a good presentation, me. But yeah, who would say he didn't deserve it, Dara? Like, some very strange play, some very reckless play at times, but certainly fortune favoured the brave in that instance, and yeah, utterly dominant in heads-up play.
Yeah, he was completely dominant heads up. I mean, to be fair, he did end up with the best hand most of the time, and it's hard to combat that when you're heads up. But yeah, Martin just seemed a little out of sorts heads up. He made some weird river bets. He didn't go for other river bluff spots that were fairly that looked like good spots.
As we see there, is it the winner's interview? No, it's not. It's the runner-up interview. Some shrugs. Definitely a dejected man. Probably at many times during the final table thought he was destined to take this one down. At one point, he had 70% of the chips in play, four-handed. So 20k, certainly a nice payday, but not the 31k he would have been hoping for. That goes to Yuri Heidke. I did notice Alex Henry in shot there a moment ago. There he is again.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll... oh no, he's gone again. I'm still... Dara, I don't know. I think this is one of those moments where they want us to cut away, but I'm sticking around until I see that belt go on someone's waist. That's all I know.
Yeah, I just want to see if he puts it on and wears it like a belt.
Tremendous festival. Congratulations to Alex Henry and Unibet for putting on such a fantastic event here at King's Rozvadov. Wonderful place to host a poker tournament, and we've been treated to quite the final table. From Dara O'Carney and myself, goodbye.